Yo, yo, yo. Hello, everyone. Oh my gosh. We're back again. We've been having some crazy interactions. Oh my goodness. Are we ready for LTA? Let me make sure I got LTA up and ready. Hello, hello. How is everyone? Hello, hello. How is everyone? Hello. Okay, cool. Okay, LTA. Here it is. It's time. Hi. How are y'all? We had a long day yesterday. We had a long day yesterday. But we made it through. We're vibing, we're chilling, and this is it. T1 lost last night after having the longest game in LCK this year. Or was it the split? I think it was this year. It was such a long game. All for them to go to game 3 and lose. It was crazy. It was a crazy game. Crazy series. Erica, how are you? Baker's out. Well, it was just like a regular season game. Like it was not high stakes at all. It felt super high stakes. I don't know why, but it wasn't high stakes at all. Like, it was just a chill game. I'm Captain Flowers. But it felt like it was here for the first couple of games super serious. And we are about to jump right into it, my friends. Oh yeah, no, like I get it. Yeah, yesterday was super long.
As you said, started off on the right.
Yesterday was super long, super crazy, but we made it through, and we just gotta get through
against a little bit stiffer competition.
Get through today.
You know, people are coming into this split looking at it as a big four.
How has y'all's weekend been?
Right, and Cloud9 is one of those teams that are considered to be up at the top with FlyQuest, with TL, with 100 Thieves. So we're gonna see if Shopify can kind of punch above their expected weight.
Good day, good day. Period.
Us here on the broadcast team and our power rankings yesterday for where we expected all
I have
the
a question. Has anybody tried Secret, like Beyonce's hair care?
Overall, Shopify was the team that had the highest average rating
like
between everybody on the
Has
talent
anybody
team
tried those?
of the bottom 4. So it seems like if there's anybody that might be able to make a push, that would kind of be the dark horse squad. Yesterday they had a very solid early game,
got me working,
and then the Otacon disaster turned it into a 53-minute battle for the ages. But we'll see how well they can do today, because just like yesterday, Contracts played the first Nefiri ever in North American Professional League of Legends history. Today he will be back on it again for a second
you haven't
game,
tried it, quality.
First pick of the entire draft.
And B-Boy's playing the Ezreal again.
Yeah, I'm really hoping for some fun picks today. We've been watching so much League of Legends gameplay that I think I'm kind of tired of seeing these picks.
But it is looking like they're probably going to lock this Aurora, and that would be the exact
like
same.
There are over 150 champions in this game. There has to be more champions that are lit to play in this meta than just these
they did
20.
Kind of struggle to get Loki involved. He had a pretty rough game on the Rise. Did about the same amount of damage in a 40-minute Rise game as his Lee Sin did, which is very shocking. Thanatos, was
gotta be more
push style too, so this looks more like easy setup. Point and click CC. You have great follow up with the Varus, with the Talia. So they are kind of simplifying and throwing some bans up towards Fudge to maybe try to get Thanatos a preferential matchup. Looking like they're trying to target some of these kind of safe blind picks.
Yep, and I do think, however, despite the fact that Vitalia is one of those proven combos, if I'm playing Nefiri, I am so happy to see both of these champions. You can never get hit by Talia's shove if you're awake and you have your W off.
That's wild.
Also being able to use it to get away from the guaranteed Vi.
I didn't, but I did play a Vi game before stream, and like I kind of get it. She is kind of busted. Like I get why they're like spamming her. Her abilities have no CDs, And
but
you
there
can
is
keep
also
someone
the
like
potential that they're
CC
worried about
locked
that going mid and then
for a
this
while.
score going up
Vi.
towards top lane. So we'll see if it is going to be any shenanigans with the flex. Instead of actually saving the top lane for
He's
counterpick here
pretty
for Thanatos
freaking
on red
solid.
side, they are going to use support counterpick on 5, and they're going to blind the Gnar. I don't think that Budge would really be going towards any of the kind of really big counterpicks, things like the Yasuo and the Aurelia are the ones that you most likely think of. Things like
I don't know what a
Palafox
Palafox is, and at this point, I'm too afraid to
I don't
ask.
really expect to see it locked in. You kind of have to be a specialist usually.
People be hating on Misfortune.
It's
I don't think
very
people
uncommon to really
hate on
see it slam down.
Misfortune.
The Ambessa is
I
something
think the
that
pro
much more
players'
predictable,
ultis are
much more
kind of cheeks
expected.
with her.
Budge will
But
be piloting that one, and again,
that's about
if I
it.
remember right, this is still another one of those champs locked in the same as what they were running yesterday. Shopify pretty happy with that composition.
Yeah, 4 out of 4 are the same. So we'll see if it's going to be the Leona. That would make it 5 out of 5, the exact same comp that they did actually play yesterday. And
It's
lo
the
and
same
behold,
5 champions.
It's the exact same 5, and I'm not even surprised. Once they got this far in, because it's like, well, you need hard engage, right? And what's going to say something he'll be comfortable on is going to be that Leona. I will say their comp is very, very squishy. So, yeah, Nefiri, not the easiest ult to provide, but pretty much ult anyone except Leona, and you can potentially 100 to 0 them, right? There is a lot of CC, a lot of follow-up here on the C9 squad. They're going to go with Alistar as the answer.
Are they going
to
to swap?
Kind of reject some of those Leona engages. And again, between
I'm doing all right, Markella. How are you?
As this Alistar, if you can
I
find
have
really
been
any
a
of
lot
these
lately.
carries,
But yeah, we're
any of the
chilling.
4 on
We're
the top side,
vibing.
it is
We
going to be
are
very,
vibing.
very rough.
So which side of the draft would you prefer here?
I like C9s a lot more, honestly. I just think, it's kind of a more stable composition because you have more of that front line, more of the easy ways to engage. Really, for Shopify, you're looking at potentially like a Palafox flank or Seos engage, and kind of that's it. Vi obviously is going to bring a lot more consistency as far as the engage. They have things like Weaver's Wall to cut them off and block them off. Alistar engage, potential for Gnar flank. So I do think they have easier ways to start the fight, and against a very squishy comp, that can work well. That being said,
I have to
if
hold
you don't nail
hostage
your
to make
engage
somebody
because there's
play
so many
Rammus?
threats on the Shopify comp, they can definitely
that
run you
man
over,
right
If
there.
you flub your engage or someone survives it or whatever.
That one.
Well, now all these individuals are going to be, having so much damage that they're putting out.
You got a dream with me in it? What was the dream?
In Shopify's game yesterday, the one that had to go for 53 minutes, they were also against Talia, and it was that Weaver's Wall, that big engage that happened around the Otacon halfway through the game that I mentioned as the turning point, where it went from Shopify domination to all of a sudden this drawn-out just slog of a battle between the two teams. Even after the game, when I was walking through the kitchen backstage, I was talking to one of our production guys, mentioning how long the game had gone, and Palafox was like, wait, did it really go 53 minutes? And I was like, yeah, man. And he was like, man, that one should have been over at 26.
It should have. It should have. That was a long game yesterday.
That was the moment where it kind of fumbled a little bit. So that's what I'll really be looking for here today is, number one, can they build the same type of a lead against a team that you already mentioned, a higher caliber here in C9?
Who's the new OP tank? I used to always see people crying about Darius.
That little bit of rocky road there.
Yeah, that is going to be a really big question. Blabber and Loki have a bit of a bounce back in the game here.
I don't know. I usually see, like, in pro play, I'll see tanks as the support and bruisers as the top laners.
It is going to be Poke Varus here.
I haven't seen a lot of people playing tanks in top lane recently. Like, every now and then they'll bring out a Cassante who's pretty tanky, but like I feel like Ambessa, Gnar are not really tanky. They just do stupid damage.
Carry top matchups coming out more. Like yesterday, we even got to see, Riven versus Gwen in one of the games. Is how frequently we will see double combat
What's going on, Cheeky? I did sleep pretty freaking
that is
well.
one of those things that I think can factor a lot into the macro.
I got
Obviously,
some
it's not going to matter
good
in this
sleep in
particular
last
game
night.
just because, everything's very stock and standard. But B-Boy with the barrier compared to the cleanse on Sven, a little bit of difference in respecting CC versus raw damage there. Nefiri still OP. I agree with you, Kobe. I don't... Okay, never mind. I thought he spelled it wrong at first, but that's just a lot of eyes. Okay. Seos and B-Boy, just trying to get a little bit of control here.
He spelled it wrong, and those are a lot of eyes.
All right. I appreciate you having my back there. I appreciate you having my back. But no, I agree. I think Nefiri is very strong. And I'm kind of excited still, even if it is super strong, to just see what our players can do with it, since it's a champion that before yesterday had never been
complains about
played in
Cassante
North
a lot.
American Pro League.
I get it.
Absolutely, and I just think it's fun.
I would complain too, honestly. Oh, what are you feigning?
Right?
You were playing League and then you fainted because Faker came in. And I went to get you some water.
Long time. And Fury does
that is hilarious. That's absolutely hilarious. Thank you so much for taking care of me during such a trying time. During such a trying time.
Did yesterday.
I truly appreciate you.
It's the exact same play as it was on day one. He hops under the brush right next to the red. He knows he's stronger in the 1v1 at level 3. Forces Blabber out of the jungle, and just like yesterday as well, it's Fudge with control over the top lane. It's Palafon
grind never stops.
Mid,
it really doesn't.
Both his solo laners having control. Contracts feels confident moving into enemy territory. He throws the ward down over the wall there, sees Blabber and does not want to allow Blabber any breathing room. Thanatos doesn't want to have to leave the turret. He's got this wave to pick up. This is a very stressful situation for
Faker. Trey,
Blabber uses Smite, but it looked like Contracts got it, and he's gonna get almost all.
Did you just gift a sub to Faker?
Really successful invade here for Contracts.
Is that?
Can't even go
that
back
is literally the Faker account.
Start that up, but I'd like to talk about.
Oh my gosh!
Obviously, you know, this is kind of his first foray outside of Cloud9 for a while.
Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Could you imagine that man is like, why did I get gifted a sub to this random account? Clicks on the account. Sees me, sees his name in the background.
Obviously, you know, he didn't have a slot even when he was on Cloud9 last year.
That would be crazy.
Looking to try to get a little bit of revenge.
That would be crazy.
Talking about it's a bit of an ego battle. You're going up against your old squad, and traditionally people have not done very well.
You never told us if you were able to fly or teleport in your dreams. I wasn't.
Almost always one of those.
I haven't been remembering my dreams. I've been going into such a deep sleep. Like into such a deep, desperate sleep.
You know, won a lot of championships with them. So,
I haven't been dreaming.
Largely, it just hasn't been that successful. So this would mean a lot.
Oh, we better see Fakey come in and say thank you. Yeah, Faker. You better say thank you. You better say thank you.
Couldn't get any wins against
it is what, like 4 a.m. for them right now?
You want to show, you know, you shouldn't have replaced me. Like, I am better than this guy.
And they're off to a solid start here with Contracts getting that invade early out of the jungle. Obviously, you know, we're not talking about summoner spells getting spent or anybody just really losing an insane amount of tempo early on. But Contracts being able to make that play now 2 games in a row shows me that this is a composition, a play style that Shopify has been practicing. They know they're going to have advantages in those side lanes or in those solo lanes.
How are y'all flying?
And they're going to be able to use Contracts as early pressure against something like
NRG is no longer a team. No.
The most common pro play jungler right now.
They are out of the LTA.
Specific strategies, knowing what they can do against a champion that is entirely predictable to
King.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely freaking not.
So he has 2 charges of Smite. He just pulls the dragon with
That's very common, Trey.
Over on this. Someone's gonna have to move and probably help him on this. Can't just
most of the time don't remember your dreams.
Right.
So even if like I probably dreamed last night, I don't remember it.
Quite early, so Grubs haven't even spawned. Which means there is still that potential for them to challenge up on the top side. Of course, it did take both his charges of Smite, but I think this is great from Blabber.
Yeah.
B-Boy was flexing during the walk-in.
When you get invaded, it feels awful giving up these camps.
B-Boy been eating his ODs for sure.
That was really
Is Dokla still active? He's not in the LTA currently. I don't know if he's fully retired or anything, but
Fudge wanted to go for it. Pulls a free summoner spell on that one. Thanatos still with about half HP as Shopify once again just trying to use the power of the Nefiri, quick clear that enemy chicken camp. They've got control over the top lane and they know it, so they're heading back into the Grubs now.
Yeah, I mean, Blabber was there, you know, for that spawn of the Raptors. He was there to cover it and try to take it away, but Seos came in as well. They just do this 2-man invade. Contracts and Seos working well together. That's going to get them prio there. They know they're going to be able to take the Grubs now as well. So things looking pretty solid here for Shopify, but at the end of the day, it is just a trade.
Why do they keep letting the Fury through?
And, this kind of slight jungle lead.
Yeah, Dokla is not a starter on any team.
Has amounted to a couple hundred gold lead for the team.
He might be in tier 2.
Pretty much dead even.
I can check.
Yeah. Do you see small leads kind of everywhere? I mean, if you're a Shopify fan, you're happy to see all of those bars.
Let's see what Doke's doing. Hey, yo.
Bottom looking blue, but it's not really a blue that you can count on being there after a couple more
Not resident sleeper for LTA. Did you watch the LCK games last night?
I do also want to keep an eye on Palafox's Aurora this game. In the previous game that we saw from them yesterday, there were a lot of
Dokla just tweeted and said, same exact draft 2 days in a row for Shopify Rebellion.
To kind of get everybody to panic, spread apart a little bit. But there were also a couple of oopsies that he had, accidentally hitting the barrier on the side of it when he wanted to chase over the wall and whatnot. So just cleaning up a little bit of that, getting the precision down on the champion and being able to facilitate the rest of the team fighting with the space that they want to, I think will be really important if they want to step up and beat Cloud9.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Aurora is actually really hard to team fight on as well. To do it very well is tough. The laning can be pretty powerful and pretty straightforward, but the 5v5s are tricky. You know, sometimes actually being able to use between
he's not on any team right now.
Utilizing the resets on your hop to be able to actually dodge skill shots out in the midst of everything. And you are kind of just like one of those shotgun champs where your upfront burst is so high, but if any of that gets missed or dodged, you don't really have anything left, right?
Yeah.
Like that's it. So it is definitely
he throwing grab shade, right?
Especially when you have a lot of dive with you, it can kind of create that chaos, and you can go in, you throw down the between worlds, you slow them up, and all of a sudden everyone else dodges in. Nice sidestep.
Ooh, yeah, that was a perfect sidestep there from Thanatos, and Fudge now with the arrival of Blabber has nowhere to go. It's a fist to the face, and it's C9 on the board first.
C9 putting
really
it
well
down,
done there. Just
C9 putting it down in the town.
From Thanatos. Not sure if Fudge really would have been able to get out either way. Probably pretty tough.
Shouldn't it be common for pro players to draft the same players?
I
mean, they're picked for a reason.
As the early tabbies here already, as you've seen Nars almost
I don't think it's supposed to be normal that they get the same exact team 2 days in a row.
Another Raptor invade, so just continuously stealing away.
They are getting sidestepped. I've picked that too.
On the top side, you know, he's not behind in gold at all, and it's C9 now that's enjoying these ever so small advantages.
Uh-oh, Contrax is ready to go, though. He finds Blabber at the red yet again. This dog lives in the jungle, and Blabber did not heed the warnings, man. That wolf is on the prowl. Contrax tying up the game and kills.
I mean, that was a really good approach from Contrax as well. You can see that there was a ward in this brush, and I think Blabber was saying, if I'm going to get attacked at the red, he's going to wrap through banana brush, and I'm going to have him spotted there. Just kite back towards, you know, my side of the jungle, towards my tier 2 tower. But instead, Contrax wraps all the way around the outside and comes from a pretty unexpected angle. So Blabber just didn't see him coming and gets punished.
Plus, since Blabber already used the flash in the top lane to make the first blood play on Fudge, since he didn't have his flash left to use, you can see Contract still has ulti available. He didn't even need it to chase down the vibe.
Kind of unmatched in terms of skill today.
Working together with Loki, Palafox,
and this is not shade to any of the players, but like there's obviously like team rankings, right? Yesterday, I feel like the teams were pretty evenly matched in who they were going up against. So it was Team Liquid versus FlyQuest. They're the top 2 teams. They went up against each other. After that, it was we had C9 versus 100 Thieves. They were both mid-tier teams. It was normal that they were going up against each other.
But this is just really clever. I'm not sure if someone
today, I think the games are a little bit more scattered in terms of skillies.
Okay, C9 ready to turn around to play onto Shopify.
Girl, aren't you tired? What's going on, Nina? How are you?
As soon as they see the backup coming for C9, though, you can see the house pursuit from
tired, but we're
That's
chilling.
the everybody fall back button. Nothing ends up coming from it. We do have the second Drake live on the map now. Second set of grubs about to spawn at the same time. Seos, Palafox, and Contracts making their way down into the bot
I would
side
predict
river now.
that C9 wins this as well.
6. Vulcan, however, with the Unbreakable Will also ready to go here on this Alistar. Palafox heading back down into bottom lane to catch the wave that is crashing into the turret, while the rest of C9 now has the opportunity to move into the bot side river, see if they can overtake control, steal that back from Shopify. And nobody wants to be the one to overcommit. Nobody wants to hit that gas pedal too hard. As Contracts just jumps over the wall, he'll start the dragon up all by himself.
Yeah, Contract's going to be able to solo this up pretty easily. Cloud9, I think, wanted the dragon, but didn't feel like they were in a position that they would really be able to go for it. We're hoping maybe to get a pick prior and then have that prompt it. With the early Eclipse, Contracts is very, very strong. It's a cheap item, and it's really powerful on that one item completion. But Blabber instead is saying, you know what, let's not mess with it. I'm building towards the Triforce. That's going to take me a while to get there. So just going to go up towards the top side, try to trade the grubs. And as long as they can get all 3, then they at least deny any of those grub spawns from their opponents.
Exactly. They'll feel perfectly fine about it.
Dude, everyone's sleep schedule. Oh my gosh. The games yesterday, absolutely insane.
Shopify should be able to get the 4th grub.
Absolutely
which
insane.
Means, no feat progress for Cloud9 because they don't get the full
like
3.
What incarnation?
Exactly, plus the baby grubs.
Easy stuff there for Shopify. Nicely done. Well rotated. Fudge versus Thanatos up here in the top lane is almost a, 15 CS lead there for Thanatos over Fudge. Fudge wants to make his entry into the fight, but Seos misses the solar flare, flashes away, even though the Zenith Blade still tags him there at the very end.
Thanatos no flash.
Palafox is there, goes between
Palafox
worlds.
is wanting more.
Is
oh
low,
my
gosh.
He's super low. He's dead.
Now 100 HP remaining. They commit the resources they need to, and Fudge takes the kill. Shopify Rebellion.
Oh my gosh, Fudge playing against his old team and his old teammates.
I mean, not the cleanest execution.
That's
Seos and
tough.
Fudge, a little bit of a kind of teamwork
That's
there.
tough. What's going on, Dark? How are you doing?
The ulti, even with that public execution stun coming out, I think he didn't realize that he was going to get kind of knocked back from that. But because they have so many extra members and Cloud9 had no one in the area to cover Thanatos, ends up not mattering. They get the kill.
What's up,
Cloud9
Tiny?
will trade for
it was very entertaining to watch.
Down in that bot lane. Yep. But at the end of the day, it's another
good play
here from Shopify. The game, though, still pretty much dead even. It's a dragon apiece. That couple grub advantage. The gold is exactly the same.
And you can see down in the bottom lane, Loki, who was the one that was benefiting from getting the extra turret plate money. He does have his Rod of Ages already stacking. This item getting changed around a little bit. Having the better build path becomes much more appealing to a lot of mid lane champions. His tier also up to 260 stacks. So going for the double stacking first 2 items just feels so powerful once they're both fully online.
It definitely does. I will say it's a pretty defensive build here from Loki. You're not going anything that's a little bit higher damage, but I think in this kind of a composition, it makes some sense, right? There's Mbessa, there's Nefiri, there's Aurora, there's Leona. It's like all dive. Even Ezreal, if you get hit by CC, can throw the True-Shot Barrage over the top. So I think his thought process is, I play this kind of tankier style with the Seraph Shield, with the stacking Rod of Ages, and I have that phase rush, and that's going to keep you safe.
Loki trying to get away from Fudge now, though. Vulcan is down here to try to protect his mid laner, but Shopify Rebellion is sending more troops. Loki flashing away from the Zenith Blade, tries to sidestep out of the solar flare, but the dog is there, and Shopify secure the first feat.
Why does everybody call Nefiri the dog?
700 gold.
Why do they always say it like that?
2-0-1 on the Nefiri, having another good showing on the champ.
Yeah, well done. They didn't have the extra
Trey, what the heck? You're going to get the whole T1 team in here.
In the brush here, the extra member
that is so funny. That is so funny.
Around the map here with
Thank you so much for the gifted sub to Guma Yushi.
And get the flash there off of Loki. Yes, it
that is
Seos,
actually quite literally hilarious.
Big of a deal, and they're gonna have Loki.
Do they even stream on Twitch anymore? I don't think they can even stream on Twitch.
Big moves for C9 though.
Twitch is banned.
On the other side of the map
or
as
not banned.
That's going
no
to
longer
give them
supported
a single feat for themselves.
in
so it's
Korea.
all gonna come down to these neutral objectives. Has contracts with the level advantage over Blabber. Going to continue chasing that.
That would be so hilarious.
The damage is just insane, man. Blabber had to flash, so scared that the dog would have enough damage to bring him down.
And I mean, it's Seos again, right? Just moving around with contracts.
I guess they can still stream on Twitch. But they would have to get a VPN for it. I don't know if they do that though.
So it's tough, but they are going to be able to grab it. Sven does finish it off. Nicely done by
Yeah, they can stream on Twitch when they go overseas to America for MSI.
Because that was getting worked away on by Palafox.
Oh my gosh.
So it's just been kind of relentless aggression here.
I think we're going to see some.
And I like that he is pushing this
wakey
advantage. I like
over
that he's playing
here.
in the face of Blabber. Yeah. And really not allowing Blabber to kind of play the game that he wants. Plus, it has the added benefit of just tracking where this Vi is all the time. It's so tough for him to actually find any successful plays when Nefiri's always in his face and you know where he is.
I mean, me and Kobe were talking about this a little bit yesterday since me and him are both jungle mains as players, but being a high damage jungler and you have a support on your team who is playing a heavy CC champ and he does not care about his AD carry and all he wants to do is roam with you is just the best.
Not you're going to DDoS them if they don't show. I promise you. They've been experienced that for a long time now.
Very active on the map. Obviously, you're playing with B-Boy on the Ezreal. He can kind
They've
of
been
just
getting
chill and farm,
DDoS
right?
for
it's pretty tough to take down an Ezreal.
who knows how
when he has
long at
flash,
this
when he has
point.
barrier, when he has shift. So VOD just playing it safe and it's allowing Seos to just be kind of unchained on the map. And it's nice to see what the addition in this game in a bit has done so far.
Right.
Lots of members down here.
Yeah,
that's how it
want to go
works.
after Fudge, beat up the old teammate. Fudge with a flash
If that ever happened, y'all just know that I'm ending the stream.
To try to reverse the ulti there, but it's not enough.
If
Fudge
Faker came into the stream and typed hello, the stream would end immediately.
A nice move from
like you would hear
down towards that bottom side.
Black
All
screen.
rewarded with the kill on Fudge. Caught some his flash too, and no big summoners.
What's up, Anna? How are you, boo?
Contracts going all the way in after Sven
Hope you're having a good day today. Contracts is going crazy. They gotta stop letting them get this.
Otherwise, guaranteed death.
They gotta stop letting them get this.
Ulti. But now that spell is down,
I don't know why we're not banning
feels
it.
more confident heading into the Drake themselves. Thanatos is here. There's your solar flare. Lands onto a value target in Blabber, but do they have the damage to burn him down? A little bit more is going to be needed. Yes, Contracts gets a killing spree. Meanwhile,
if you have Contracts on your fantasy team, you're winning.
Fudge is ready to factor in. True shot barrage over the top, and B-Boy claims
I find it really crazy that Shopify is winning now. No shade, of course.
Nicely done by
No
Shopify,
shade there.
able to kind of win out on both sides. It seemed like Cloud9
But I find it
kind of
crazy that they're
still
winning.
take that fight, try to actually force on the Dragon, but Zen was pushed back to base. Blabber gets isolated on one side, and even though Thanatos is coming with the Mega
I
which
do
is what
know
I think
Gamer
really gave them
Dad.
confidence,
I don't think I've met him in person, but I have interacted with him on
in the
socials.
1v3,
Very chill.
dancing back and
Very
forth.
chill.
And able to make it work, softens them up enough that they're able to get the kill with the True Shot Barrage on the exit.
I mean, this is what I was saying I wanted to see at the start of the game. I wanted to see Contracts having another strong carry performance on Nefiri, Palafox creating space in meaningful ways on the Aurora so they can get the fights with this low CC composition. I'm liking what I'm seeing here in the first 18 minutes from Shopify, but Azael, we are getting towards that point of the game that I cautioned against earlier. They've checked the first box. They've had a strong early game. They've gotten out to a nice lead. Now they need to continue. No big macro errors. No bad calls that lead to a crazy team fight because they're looking good with fights like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can see it one more time.
So Shopify Rebellion
down on that
is
right side.
the
It's kind of just completely sectioned off from the rest of the team. And then on the top side, we have Palafox here just in this 1v3, dancing back and forth between worlds, lands all of his poke there onto Vulcan, softens him up enough that the True Shot Barrage there from B-Boy is able to knock them down. Really well played team fight, but definitely some overconfidence as well, it feels like, from Cloud9 to be pushing in there without Sven, who is at this
Why are they so unreactive the way that Shopify's
support staff rooms.
Shopify's in
you
it?
can see Jack, a little frustration on his face. Meanwhile, Revan getting a little bit hyped up as the Shopify boys are finding those angles. And it feels even better, too. Because not only do you get the kill on B-Boy, but Vulcan flashed at the very end thinking all he had to escape from was Fudge.
Yep.
Alistar
Shopify
losing
Rebellion
Flash is a big minus, I don't know, however many points for the next team fight when Alistar can't use that for playmaking.
Get a little bit of poke there onto Seos, but so far, Contract's having an amazing game. You know, got the early invades, gets that punish on Blabber, pushing him out of his jungle, finds him then later and kills him off where Blabber's missing flash and all, has 100% KP, has been everywhere on these objectives, constantly in the face of Cloud9, and has the Rift Herald to boot, so it is still pretty much dead even in gold, but you are expecting them to be able to crack the tier 1 or maybe even pressure a tier 2 or something with that Herald. And they're the ones who got that second Dragon. It is Infernal, which is going to be really strong for both sides.
Yeah.
It's really high damage comps. It's comps that have easy ways to apply it with their poke. So it's going to be pivotal, and we'll see if Cloud9 is ready to fight at this next Dragon, because it feels like if you give Shopify that third Dragon for free, it could be really tough later to stop them.
And we have been singing a lot of Shopify's praises throughout this early game. They have more kills. They have more
well,
objectives.
Terrence. How are you?
It seems like they should be very far ahead. But the gold lead itself is very, very modest. C9 keeping this game on a razor's edge.
A pack of stray dogs jumping
right?
people.
You know, you can see a bit of a farm advantage.
Not their strays.
40 CS
But yeah, no, they really do just
and
jump
Cloud9 has done a good job while they're kind of losing out on skirmishes and getting pushed out of their jungle. They're the ones moving.
I kind of want to play here, not gonna lie.
They're up one tower despite the fact being down pretty significantly on kills. So that has kept them very, very close here. And it's really kind of up to Contracts, because Contracts is up 2 levels right now. It will shortly be about a level and a half. But you know, he has almost all of their gold, right? Like, he has everything. So they're going to be trying to force this Otacon C9 don't have the information just now, but Loki is hanging out in the area, and I feel like they have got to be wondering where everyone is.
They've got
T1 lost yesterday. Super sad, but they lost.
Yeah, as soon as you see Seos just really protecting this tri-brush that adamantly, but no, C9, they don't want anything to do with it. They're going to give the Voracious Otacon. So Shopify, this time around, the second time's the charm. The Otacon will not be a stumbling point in this game as they secure it without a fight 22 minutes into the game.
And we'll see how much they can actually get from this. You know, Voracious, having the GAs is really strong for this next Dragon fight, right? So that is kind of the big thing here. You know, they won't have it up for the Baron when that spawns. Getting the one with all the plants.
Yeah, it was a pretty sad loss
overall, but given the state of the game,
not going to lie,
and actually contested this next dragon. So we'll see if they even try to do it, or if they're just going to have to give up that third dragon and pray that they can stop Shopify from ever getting another one after that.
Well, we do have the Rift Herald summoned up at the same time. This is so obnoxious if you're C9. Nice engage coming out from Seos. Blabber has been found. Point blank, Nefiri ulti to lock onto him. A little bit more damage is required. And yes, there it is. Fudge takes him down.
Feels like they
it's a
don't even
one-for-one
take
trade.
damage.
Seos loses the false life, regenerating back in the base right now. So not a true one-for-one, but still 4v4 right now as both teams jockey for position. Here in the mid lane, Palafox goes between worlds. Loki's caught out in a little bit of danger now, but a nice use of seismic shove into the unraveled earth that keeps Shopify at bay. Vulcan re-engaging now into contracts. He jumps himself back out too. Thanatos wants the engage. Big slam on a Palafox. Knocks him into the wall with the Mega Gnar. Another false life claimed. C9 now with a 4-man push squad here in the mid lane. They'll take down that tier 1 turret and take the gold lead.
Yeah, they're going to be able to take down the turret, but they will still lose the dragon. Blabber getting caught was really rough at the start of that. It looked like he didn't have a good angle on his ball breaker, and he kind of bumped into the wall, so he didn't actually get a lot of distance, which allowed Seos to catch him. Yeah, we are going to go all the way back, so I think he was trying to actually queue over the wall, but because he didn't have enough distance, he basically just bumped into it. Had he queued back towards the right, he would have been fine. In this case, he thought he was going to be able to make that wide wall and get all the way out of there. But with him going down, it really made it impossible for him to actually contest this dragon. C9 actually play out the 4v5, excuse me, very, very well. You know, they killed off Seos. We're back to live, though. We're back to fighting.
Yeah, Seos still going to be looking, seeing if he can find that big engage. Remember, that is the main trigger pull on Shopify Rebellion. Contract's eating some poke here. Nice double stun from Seos, who is now very low on health, mind you. C9 taking notice of this. Piercing arrow does not hit the Leona, but because of the compromised health bars on Seos and Fudge, Shopify are trying to get away. Loki hops off the Weaver's wall early. Fires a couple of rocks into Contracts, but nothing more to be found.
Yeah, gets the flash off Contracts, though, so that's pretty nice, because Contracts does have a hefty bounty on him right now. You know, is very far ahead of the pace of the game. Almost that full 2-level lead has been reclaimed over Blabber, so feeling really good about his spot. But if they could kill him off, again, that's so much of their power.
I don't really know who I'm rooting for.
Could be punishing. We'll see if Cloud9 can capitalize on that later on.
I don't have any of these players on my team.
Out a little bit here from Palafox.
I don't think.
Not too worried. Loki's been doing pretty well, I feel like, in this game. You know, he's playing through the side lanes well. He's been pretty impactful in these 5v5 skirmishes also. But always going to have to be very careful about his positioning just because there's so much dive on Shopify's side.
He's certainly having a better game than he had on day one, right? The Rise game was really rough. Right now, looking at the clocks on everything, it's a little bit over 3 minutes until we will get what is the Infernal Soul spawning for Shopify. You know that is going to be a fight. You know C9 will not want to give it away. They try to engage. Seos misses the Zenith Blade, though, but Contracts is ready to jump right in onto Loki. They turn the aggro back on over to Blabber, who's down to 100 HP, barely getting away now. The damage over time from the Darkened Daggers, not enough to do him in. Shopify Rebellion, I'm loving the killer instinct we're getting, but it comes up just short.
Again, it's just Seos and Contracts. This duo is looking so strong in this game. Thanatos spotted over the wall, has to be careful. And that was critical. I mean, if Blabber dies there, that's Baron. Very, very likely. Loki loses his flash. He has to get out. They just don't have enough damage to actually finish off Contracts, even though he was missing his summoner. So Cloud9 lucky to get out of there. Do want to try to fight and reclaim some vision around that Baron area because they don't have a lot right now. But Contracts is here, and you cannot underestimate him. So Vulcan going to be getting chunked down.
Yeah, luckily for him, has the Aftershock to get rid of a little bit of that lasting damage. Contracts, there's not a lot of range on Darkened Daggers. It's nice because you get the
What I hate about Nefiri is the way her dogs
still
protect
not a whole
her.
lot to work with once he's got some.
Like her dogs surround her.
Wards, right?
So if you're throwing non-targeted abilities,
thinking, okay, we know that B-Boy's on a reset timer.
You can't hit her.
On a reset timer. We're gonna move in. We're gonna clear out these wards, get some of our own
they
vision.
absorb
him being
so
there
much
wasn't
damage.
really that he was threatening Vulcan with a kill, but he defended the pink ward. He pushed him back, and he's clearing out more vision in the area. Contracts has just been controlling this whole zone while his team was on the reset. Now Seos is back, so Cloud9 again are going to be struggling to get vision in this area to be able to even approach in their jungle so they can keep eyes on the Baron.
Well, 2 minutes have passed, and we had a near kill on Blabber, but that's it. And we're just that much closer now to the Infernal Soul spawning. It's under 90 seconds. C9 must have an answer for this. They must be ready to respond to Shopify. You already talked about how powerful this Infernal Soul is going to be on a team that has such high damage. Shopify, though, they might just lose contracts, and that would be huge. Hound's pursuit to try to drop some of the aggro. Jumps back
truly,
the wall,
they have to kill him in order to make something happen.
C9, that was huge at the biggest possible moment. Thanatos coming in to cut off the escape route with a Mega Gnar into the wall. Watch him fall. Shopify.
Baron spawns in 30 seconds. No, Baron's up.
Crashes into the ditch right when they needed to avoid it most.
Baron spawns at
C9 with the biggest play of the game so far.
Nobody steals Blabber's Raptors 10 times in a row.
I know they changed it because of Archon. When does
that time they were
Baron
waiting.
spawn?
They sent everything for contract there, and he still almost looked like he was going to get out, even without the flash.
25.
But the Q flash engaged.
So Rift Herald spawns at 23
Vulcan is there.
then?
Thanatos is over the wall to collect the kill. As
Because Otacon spawns
at
at 20, right?
Goes
So Rift Herald 23.
They knew he wanted to reinvade. Look at this. Q flash into the ulti, into the combo, into the seismic shove, gets into his W, is able to immune that, hops over the wall, and you think, oh no, he really gets out, but then you see Thanatos is there, Sven is there.
Didn't Rift Herald used to spawn at 13 minutes?
And now it's just a full-on retreat
It's
because
crazy how
Shopify is
things have
very
changed.
segmented. You can see Fudge was not with the team. He was completely separate. And so it became this 5-man collapse on the 3-man squad.
Dang, that
there.
man is...
You notice the kid didn't even tell that they're winning watching Reaper.
No, Reaper is
literally
cold, man. There is ice in his veins as now
it.
Contracts is in some trouble again. Stuck in the pit, has to use Hound's Pursuit, trying to stay alive. A little bit more damage isn't there. It's secured by Blabber, but the Vi is first to drop. Fudge tries to get away from the unraveled earth. Shopify needs
There
to try
is
to
no
exit
emotion
the pit.
in that
They
man.
need to get out with as many men still alive as they can. Loki's ready for the chases. The Weaver's Wall goes after Palafox. Seos and Fudge are both already down. It's a 2-for-1 plus a dragon for C9. Contracts at least just trying to get his Krug. Wants to provide a little bit of protection for B-Boy if he can, but C9 still wants more. They're not quite going to find it. And Shopify again come up short in the fight.
Nice little attempt to predict there from Loki, though he put the seismic shove where the shift was going to put him, so B-Boy had to shift, then immediately flash as he realized he was shifting into that seismic shove. Cloud9, though, full court press here. They have the Baron buff. They win the fight. That means there's going to be greater rewards to be able to be picked up. It's now already a 3,000 Red Bull Baron power play on it. And we can watch this one more time. This one became very dicey. Blabber tries to look for the turn onto Contracts, but the Dragon is still getting hit. Cloud9 never really stopped damage on it, so it just became a straight up flip. Blabber clearly wanted to turn and go for the fight. Contracts early smote, though, down to about 700. Hard to blame him when you're that low and it's that high of a pressure situation. But some miscommunication on the Cloud9 side allowed Contracts to have a shot. They get the kill on Blabber after they lose it, but then just the higher health bars are really what allows Cloud9 to push through and go for the win.
Tough.
C9 coming
Kelly
back
spawns at 16?
real fast in this game. I feel like the gold lead for so long was very modest for Shopify,
Really?
right? Talking 500, 1,000, something around there. And then now it's a 5,000 nearly gold lead for C9 after that big catch near the Baron. Vulcan and the rest of the squad now taking over the top side of the Shopify jungle, using the pressure, using the Baron.
There's just
takes
so
down
much
the
changes.
tier 2
It
turret up
changes
here in
every
the top
year.
lane. And now,
Really?
Azale, it's not just
What's
that
up, Davo?
Shopify have lost that window at the earliest possible soul. It's now they're the ones feeling the pressure. Like, I don't know if we can beat these guys in an open fight.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, Cloud9 has been playing the map better throughout the game, I think, than Shopify. That's why they were keeping it even, despite being at a kill deficit. But now that they've started picking up some kills, they got some major objectives, and it is going to be really, really hard because you're looking across at some of these item completions. you're looking across at some of the gold gaps. You look up in top lane, you know, it's 3.5 items to just the 2. You look in mid lane, 3.5 items to just the 2.
Dang, yeah. If you look at the gold leads,
fully stacked
wow.
with Death Cap, Archangels, and a Seekers ready to be used.
Goes to show that kills do not win games. If you stay calm, work the map, get objectives,
so it's going to be
you'll be up 1.4K, 2.2K, 2.6K.
With a gold lead, and it's a smaller one than pretty much everything on the other side.
As long as you're not dying, you're winning.
About this game to me, in a game where the kills are dead even, and the dragons are split 3-2, and the grubs are split, like there's been a lot of all these objectives getting split, both marksmen are still deathless. They're the only 2 players in the game that haven't died yet, but both B-Boy and Sven have not been dropped a single time.
Fight minions.
Yep, that's just what you got to do sometimes. Farm it up. If you're not 6 items, are you really ready for the team fight?
No, you're not. There's always more. And even when you are 6 items, what if you want to change your items later?
Right.
It's time to farm.
You need to have that 4,000 gold nest eggs in case you need to swap your shoes around or buy a couple elixirs of wrath or whatever they're called.
Who knows? Some tariffs could get put in on some of these items. Might cost more in the future.
Oh, no, dude. 900 gold elixir of wrath.
Exactly, right? You got to save up.
Well, Contracts is trying to save Shopify's chances in this game right now. The one man left on their side who still has a gold advantage for himself. You were already talking about the item advantages, but just the raw gold value, plus 2,500 for both solo laners on C9, plus 1,500 in the marksman role. It's almost plus 500 just in supports, man. So everybody else on Shopify really falling behind now. 6,000 gold total lead for C9. We've got 60 seconds till the Drake spawns, 65 until the Baron spawns. It's another one of those interesting map states where both buffs are up at the same time and both are very important. And in that situation, it's almost always the team with the lead that can just wait for their opponents to make a mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it is very heavily in their favor, but something working for Shopify. Death Cap now completed for Palafox. That is a really big buy. And they still have a very strong, high-damage jungler. If they can find the perfect engage, I do think there is an opportunity for them. Someone like Sven could still get 100 to 0'd, and then the fight becomes a very different beast. I don't think Loki is really that viable of a target unless he's in a very bad spot at this point. And Thanatos is getting pretty beefy, so he's going to be tough to take down. It really does feel like it's kind of Sven or bust. But Sven, you know, is going to know that and is going to be positioning quite far back and having his support play around him. So we'll see if Shopify can get anything done.
I think truly Cloud9 right now is just waiting for a mistake from Shopify to capitalize on.
Yeah, teleport coming in now as Shopify squares up to fight for the Infernal Soul, hoping that a win here might be able to get them back to an even level of power against this accelerated C9 as Loki just throws out the Weaver's Wall. Everybody is stuck on the wrong side except for Seos, who's going to get bursted down before anything else even happens.
Thanatos.
C9 got a 5v4, and Thanatos has a Mega Gnar bar fully charged. He's looking for the opportunity. He finds the slam on a B-Boy, and there's the first marksman death this game. Shopify have already lost 3 Contracts. The dog got took behind the shed, too. There is nobody safe. Palafox knocked back by Vulcan. Sven's not close enough to continue the damage. C9 has stopped the Soul. They've killed 3. They're pushing into the enemy base, and Fudge cannot find a way back. Blabber just running them around in circles, keeping them occupied, keeping them busy. Seos is going to respawn in about 3 seconds, but there's no Contracts, no B-Boy for 25.
Can Seos stop
stepping up to try to stop C9 from ending the game. But Palafox is already dead. Seos just scrambling to try to waste their time, but there's no way the piercing arrow gets him. And now finally,
it looked very Shopify favored, but I feel like all their cards were in Contracts.
35 minutes into the game, C9 finds their first win, a split 2.
GG's. I love his little ponytail.
First marksman death is also the last as B-Boy gets picked off. The game just ends. Cloud9, really good setup for that final dragon fight.
Shopify.
Really well by the observers. It's so tough to approach that kind of a fight as Shopify when you have no vision anywhere and you're playing this comp that needs to be able to attack from different angles. Cloud9 set it up really well. Thanatos finds a good flank. They have a good Weaver's Wall. They pick off Seos, and then it was kind of just full retreat from Shopify. Cloud9 did a really good job of withstanding the early pressure from Shopify. All of these invades. Contracts
first game of the day.
Game, but it's Cloud9 at the end of the day.
Let's get an interview in.
Shopify, once again, when they go back, when they look at the VODs from opening weekend, there's a lot to be proud of. There's a lot to be excited about when you look at the way that both of their games started off for the first 20 minutes or so. But yesterday, it was the fight around the Otacon. Today, it was getting caught in that topside river again before the Baron that led to the big turnaround for C9. And it feels like without these fumbles, if Shopify can really shore those up and plan better the way that they want to play around those topside river objective standoffs, that they can really start snowballing some of these early leads into game wins.
Like,
yeah, no,
I
agree.
just...
I think it's a promising start here for Shopify. But I will say, I think it's more than just, that one pick at the Raptors. I think people are going to pinpoint that and say, Contracts didn't get caught. Maybe they win the game. And that could be true. But also, they had a lot of kills. They had a lot of pressure. They didn't get a gold lead.
Well, it was still a C9 win despite the early Shopify lead. So let's send it down to Emily and Sven on stage for an interview.
Thank you, Flowers. I am here with victorious AD carry Sven. Thank you so much for joining me. The first thing I wanted to ask you is same exact comp that we saw out of Shopify yesterday. You guys must have been expecting this, so why did you let it through and what did you have prepared to deal with it?
Yesterday we watched Dig versus SR and we thought that if we were Digging task, we would have won because we thought this Shopify draft was bad. So we're like, okay, let's just go red side, and they'll pick same champs again, and we'll win. But then it didn't really go that way, so maybe the draft wasn't so shit after all.
Yeah, they got off to a good early lead, but it did seem like you guys were moving around the map a lot more, despite the fact that they were able to pick up kills, save a few of those early drakes. So what was your communication like while they were getting these leads and trying to keep it close while moving around?
I think once we stop misplaying the fight, we should be winning around objectives. We have much better zone control with Varus and Talia. I think they have to go on us, and that's when Alistar becomes really OP and Talia Brocks are really strong. So I feel like once we get a few items and we fight the objectives, we should just win.
And then going into overall this season, you guys had a loss yesterday, win today. What was your preparation like going into this week, and what was your off-season like?
We went to Korean bootcamp doing first stand, so we got to scrim a lot of different teams in different regions, which was very nice. But preparation is always hard in the first week because we haven't scrimmed 100 Thieves or Shopify for months since we're playing them, right? So you have no idea what anyone's gonna do in the first game. You just have to guess. So it's always kind of random what happens in the first couple of days. You don't really know what anyone's playing besides the 3-4 teams you played against in scrims. So yeah.
What was the biggest thing to come out of the bootcamp that you think you improved on?
I think just playing as different teams from different regions, mostly Korea and EU, is very different choice of champions and pace of game, and it's very eye-opening, I guess, to scrim against different teams.
Okay, well, thank you so much for catching up with me. It's always great to talk to you. And LTA North Twitch subs are back. So join the community for exclusive content, including League of Legends in-game emote, Tell Me Everything for paid and gifted subs. Plus, get access to all of our exclusive LTA North Twitch emotes. Subscribe to the LTA today. And after the break, TL 100 Thieves is coming up next.
Woo! TL 100 Thieves! Wait, what song is that, Nexa? What you mean you got scammed?
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, there's no LCK games today. I'll refund you the points. Give me a second.
For LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Request. Shall we Lodal during this 2-minute intermission? Let's do.
I'm gonna TP. I'm looking right slowly. TPing behind. I'm looking right slowly. By the way.
Let's do Jinx. Okay. It's a girl. Is she chemically altered? She's not chemically altered. Okay, the person is from Zon in one other place. And I believe they're human. They're female. I'm going to do Renata. I guess if you're from Zon, you're just chemically altered. She's crazy, but she's not chemically altered. Who is half from Zon, half from somewhere else? That is not a support. And was released before Jinx. Ooh. All I can think of is Janna. It's not a support. Okay, not from Shurima and is released before 2000 or after 2009. Didn't Singe revive her with Shimmer? Did he? Oriana? I think Oriana is only from Zon. I don't think she's from any other place. Is Aurora from Zon? Who are Zon girlies? I want to say Zeri. Was Zeri before or after Renata? Oh, but it's not ADC. Dang it, man. It was same year as Renata. Seraphine? Isn't Seraphine Piltover? Victor is kind of Zon Piltover, but he's not female. Is Blitzcrank Piltover or is he Zon? Well, he's not female. We could do Vi. There it is. There it is. Vi was the year before Jinx. All right, this one's easy. Ooh. Is that Vygar Q? Hey! I'm on LTA.
To test individual players' pools as much as it is going to test like whoever controls the draft on the team to be able to make like a coherent recipe as opposed to individual ingredients. I also think that
OMG, it's me!
Felix doesn't impact game one, that if you are one of these teams that relies on very specific picks, to be able to get a game one victory, you actually get such a huge advantage in best of threes now because you only have to get one of the next two drafts right to be able to do it. So I think that there will be less upsets than people initially think, but I do hope that it does shake up the meta a lot more than what we currently see.
Wouldn't you say that a professional team that can, like, say they get a horrible draft, wouldn't you say a professional team would still be able to play and strategize within the actual game outside of Champion Select? As a professional player, if you're a top tier player and not just a solo queue girly.
Yeah. Look, I would love to be able to give you that vote of confidence, but unfortunately, I do think in the current state of League of Legends, because like objectives kick off at like 5 minutes at the moment, 6 minutes, that actually being able to get a good draft is actually, I would say, way too crucial in current League of Legends. I would say I would actually share your opinion. Like
Love
5
Spawn.
years ago, I think so many
Love
drafts
Team
were playable,
Liquid.
but nowadays I think draft
This video was so
too
fun.
big a portion of the game. So, pressure on me.
Slay. Slay. Period. Oh my gosh. That was so crazy.
Welcome back to LTA. Team Liquid versus 100 Thieves. Raz, these two played
That was
in the
so
split final.
crazy. You don't look 6'3" there, but I am.
Not so long ago, they faced off against each other. A lot of people come out of that
But I
final
am,
thinking
don't
that
do
it was
that.
just a complete 3-0 stomp.
Well, it was a 3-0.
Yes, that is a fact.
But
Oh my
But I
gosh,
say
that
this
was
split screen, I want you to
crazy.
spot the differences here.
okay.
That is so crazy.
I mean, there's a lot of differences, actually. How specific?
Funny thing was,
me
the
just
same
focus on
day
the
you
fact that
debuted on
I'll spot
LCS,
what
I was like, like, Chim Chim would make an amazing host. Then 10 minutes later, you were questioning the players. That's crazy. That is so crazy.
Positive game state. Everything's looking
Holy
good.
moly.
Looks like 100 Thieves are either going to tie the series up or at least
I can't believe that just happened. What the heck? What the heck? We were just on LTA. They didn't even tell me or nothing. They were just like, look, you know what? Put Miss Chim Chim up there. Period. Yeah, no, thank you for letting me know. That was crazy. Thank you for coming in here and letting me know. Who has a knife? Katarina. Slay. These are just so easy. These are just so easy. Oh, is this Zillion or Jace? It's somebody in Piltover. Yeah, no, for sure. We'll be watching. We shall be watching. It's Team Liquid now. Is this Zillion? Jace. Oh. I can see the splash art, but I don't know who is in it. Is this still best of one? Yeah, it's best of one. When they get into champ select, go Yun! Woo! I'm #1 Yun fan now after yesterday's interview. Is it a Shuriman champ? Yun Thug. I love. Who could this be? Blitzcrank? Skarner Faker. I have no clue who this is. Galio? Okay, it could be Galio. Doesn't Galio have... Oh, is it? Yeah. Nice. I was gonna say X-Tech Caitlyn. Which one is it? X-Tech. Nice.
The change,
yes.
Where it's probably just fine-tuning.
It's the blessing and the curse of the international event, because you can go to these international events and lose, and it makes you think you need to reevaluate things, but then the reevaluating of the things changes what got you there in the first place.
Yep.
Winning the LTA is hard.
Yeah.
So it's not like they can make wholesale changes and still win immediately, but we're getting way ahead of ourselves.
We are.
This is the
the skin definitely threw me off as well.
Of Split 2. So in my
You are not alone. You are not alone.
Of how the players look and how confident they feel in their plays, because I just want, if I'm looking at Team Liquid, I just want them to be going for plays. I'm actually fine that they're playing Jarvan
Who's Drew?
With Jarvan Ari, giving it a try instead of playing Sejuani Maokai with Ziggs, because we know that's good, and we know that no matter what happens in the positioning phase, for a team like Team Liquid, they're confident that they can still make top 6 from the group stage. So I actually just want to see them experiment as much as possible. Whereas I think 100 Thieves actually has a little bit more of a chip on their shoulder.
Happy birthday,
now.
Drew, I
They want to
guess.
smash people. So that's one of the reasons
I guess.
You actually, that's a very fair point. And also I think that 100 Thieves as a team, they're not being level 1 lane swaps anymore. They're happy about that.
Yes.
And also, on top of that, the creativity in their draft, even though the ribbon technically didn't work out, the fact that they have stuff like that in their arsenal, is a big positive.
I saw the results of who won last night and how it went last night with T1. Girl, I'm so disappointed.
Creativity around their draft, especially
Bestie.
just came out of the content piece.
Don't even get me started.
Talking about how the draft matters so
Don't
much
even
now.
freaking get me started.
So like, it's going to be interesting to see how Team Liquid can really experiment and get ahead on that with the meta change.
All right, Mags.
And I know Team Liquid in the past has been accused of having all Korean players because they did 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But there's no shortage of influence from watching the LCK to what we see Team Liquid implement almost immediately. And I think some of those things can be true with Quid and River as well for 100 Thieves. Long story, long-winded way of getting to this.
No,
I
Cap.
watched T1 Gen G last night.
Don't do that.
And something I noticed in draft is every single game, the support was the last pick in the draft. That's the counter pick that they were going.
I'm really
for.
praying
Support
for
was
something
held as
fun
long as
from
possible by
them.
Blue side. They picked it on the 4-5, and then Red 5 was the support counter pick. Core JJ
But I think this will be a
versus
fun
Ayla.
game. Because I do
worked
think
a
100
lot
Thieves is
together
fighting
on
this
Team
year.
Liquid. Core has been with Team Liquid since 2018. Ayla was brought over from Oceania to Team Liquid in 2020, spent several years on that org. I think we're going to see support counter pick for sure in this draft. So red side, that's going to be the advantage for having red side.
I like that point. And especially since there is no lane swap level 1 anymore, you're seeing a lot more volatile picks. Like Nico's finding a lot of success. A lot of it is like how good of a lane bully she is and how great she is at engaging. So that's something I personally
What's up,
wanna see.
Holy?
I'm interested in hearing
How
what
you
the
doing,
casters
fam?
wanna see. Let's get straight to them.
All right, everybody, let's lock and load. Let's get to it. Team Liquid, 100 Thieves. This is one of our classic modern-day matchups.
I think
here
100
in the
Thieves used to be a
LTA,
lot more
and we're about to
popular
get
back in the
next
day.
chapter of it. You got this cool graphic, too.
I do think they're still popular. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the 15 months of support, Holy. But Trey, I do think that they're still popular, but they haven't had the same amount of success as they've had in the past. They used to be really good. And that's not to say anything about the players necessarily. But I feel like 100 Thieves higher ups have one foot in LTA and one foot out. Like I feel like they don't really want to be in the LTA anymore.
You got to take that one away.
That and the Vi, actually.
And so
Vi
we
is one
kind of
of
see
the
that.
premier jungle picks right now that we see let through a lot. But River on that
Holy,
Vi,
would
his
you
team
say
fight
that's
targeting is
true?
so good. We saw it
As a
just
100
yesterday.
Thieves fan, would you
So
say
I
that's
like that
true?
takeaway as well.
I actually think they're all really good bands. I mean, I do think APA probably his best champion right now is Talia. I think the best.
Also,
carry for
yeah,
him
we got
actually is
TL
Rumble,
versus
so,
100 Thieves.
you know,
Holy
not
Grail,
only
it's
meta
me
picks,
and
but
you
I think
today.
There's some headshots as far as
It's me and you
player
today.
proficiency as well.
It's also interesting.
And then when we go to
stand out
LCK,
on the blue side, which means
it's
they
me and
don't
you
wanna
when it's
lock that
T1
in
versus
for
DK.
impact again. I also, Azale, you and I were talking about this, how we both think Gwen is strong in her win rate on LTA
Yeah,
North.
and
day
you can
one
kind of
does
tell
not
that it's
reflect,
like that.
how strong she can be. As we see, Varus, the
Insta-lock.
premier AD pick, goes with a lot of, like a large variety of types of lanes.
6 out of 6 games so far
Yep.
in LTA North. That is not getting banned, but it is
Yun
always
on
getting picked.
Varus.
Like you said, it plays in a lot of different lanes, but it also has on hit, it has poke, it has a lot of different styles, different rune setups. It's kind of fit every single situation you could ever really want in it. And River and Fury is something I'm actually pretty excited for, because I feel like this is something that could really kind of jive with his play style. You know, creative paths, being able to attack from different angles, and really getting active here.
Yeah, the thing that's interesting specifically with the Nefiri to me is that there is a little bit of a trade-off when it comes to team composition, right? Because she is an assassin, unlike a lot of other jungle picks.
If you're only
that I do
supporting
think
us
100
for League of
Thieves
Legends, go
relies on
support
River
another
for.
team. Like, who
She's
tells their
not gonna have
fans
the
that?
same CC, right?
Also,
she's
like,
not gonna have the same kind of zone
what
control
is
that
so
you
wrong
expect
with
from
only
other
liking
picks.
one team?
So I am super
Right?
curious. 'cause
Or
in
like
one
only
way it fits his
liking
play
one.
style, but in another way,
Like
I do
if
think
I
it takes
only
away
play
a
League of
facet that
Legends,
100 Thieves like to have in their team composition.
why would I
would've been actually much more
watch
concerned about that for
and
the
support
last year,
Valorant?
but
Isn't
Ayla,
that
I
kind of
feel
like
has been
a
playing
waste of my
really well
time?
this year and in Split 1. I thought
But
he
I'm
was
still
very,
supporting
very
you
good
in
on
League of
some of these
Legends.
champions, so I don't mind if he's kind of taking up that mantle, but it is definitely something
Like I
to
don't,
note and
I don't
could be a cause for
understand that.
concern if they don't
Like
have
why would you
any
even
sort of
say that?
Umti going to be going in towards Xin Zhao. Pretty standard stuff. Can set up for AP mid lane,
I thought
of
that was
course.
pretty
I see
savage.
one of your favorite champions, Misfortune, locked in for 100 Thieves. Azale, tell us how you feel about
But that's
that.
just me.
So MF is, it does have a good lane and does control mid lane really
Yes.
well. I think those are the main positives.
Ooh.
I just think this champion relies so much on proper setup to have much efficacy in fights. That
I
it's,
hope I
it's
set my
so hard
face
to have
really
an individual
well.
Impact. And most of the time, you just end up in this situation
looks
where they're
like
kind of
nothing
just
came
strafing
off.
back and forth in a 5v5 and then shoot out all that barely hits
Period
anyone.
one size.
I do think if you're pairing it with
So
a
I
lot
definitely
of
just
RTT,
rubbed my
that it
cheek.
can work well, but
Real good.
I'm just so not a fan of this champ, especially for an AD who's playing really, really well, like FBI.
Well, we do have the Rise.
Thank you,
locked
Umti,
in
for the
as
1.3x
last pick
multiplier,
first after draft
period,
here for 100
Jalissa.
Thieves. likely going into the mid lane, but can also still be flexed to top lane as well.
TL's Jace.
Speaking of, I was going to say, yeah, speaking of flex lanes, you have Jace for TL, and this
Yeah,
is
Max.
not the champion that immediately comes to mind when I'm thinking Impact or APA.
Yeah,
I know one
exactly.
team
You know,
on
you
the
could go to
stage
either, but you're kinda
that
like,
hasn't
wanted to?
spoken like that.
It's definitely not what I think of.
That hasn't
for
spoken
them.
like that
My
about their
assumption is
fans.
It is going to be Impact
What
lane.
team?
He's going to play kind of the grass style, the kind of bruiser style. It is a really strong laner, and I do think it'll be
Part of
tough
the
for
reason I'm a
Impact to
100
really
Thieves
take
fan
anything
is
that gets a big
because they
advantage
have
against
teams
it.
in multiple
You know,
esports. I
do
watch
think that
Valorant,
Impact's
League of
gonna play
Legends, so I can
through
root for the
side
same
lanes.
org in both
Is where,
games.
you know, he could get an
Then you're going to
edge with
delete
it.
one of those teams and tell me to kick
I
rocks.
just always have so
Crazy,
much comfort when I see,
crazy.
you know, Impact playing that tanky style, that engaged style. So we'll have to see how they want
TL, they love their fans. I think TL and FlyQuest do a really good job of showing that they love their fans. I think they do an amazing job.
Surprised to see the Renata ban, honestly,
Truly.
because there's zero engage on the TL side, so I feel like they probably would not have been looking towards a Renata.
I think they
anyway,
do a
as they need,
really
like,
good job.
Fiona or like an Alistar or something like that to round out the composition.
Yeah, and then we see Mbessa and Sion taken away. Sion's something I've seen a lot as like the tank.
Yeah, no, they're so
option,
fun to
quote unquote,
watch.
from LPL teams. Also interesting to see Quid bringing out the Ryze. I think Ryze, when played well, has such insane map control, specifically due to his ultimate.
I'm sorry, y'all. I am so tired of seeing the Fury.
Runs of play yesterday where I was actually really impressed
holy.
by their cross-mapping. I'm very curious to see how well Quid does
Holy.
on that champion with this specific.
We love us some
Casio obviously
Umpty.
making sense as a ban. It's an APA comfort pick. And
We
it's
love
also
us
a
some
really good
Umpty,
matchup
y'all.
into the Ryze, so I do think that makes a ton of sense.
And I feel like Casio is kind of the classic
Right.
Ryze counter. Back in the previous metas where Ryze has dominated, she's just the machine gun mage that
We
out
do,
DPSs
we
him at his
do.
range. But Azir, that's going to be a pretty classic pick here for the mid lane for APA. But again, it's not one of the champions that immediately comes to mind as like his specialty, but it is one of the ones that we've seen him improve on over time compared to when he first
I'm a
was
Umpty fan
introduced to the
and
league.
Yun fan.
Now,
It's
for Team
true.
Liquid, what do
Period.
we get as our support to pair with the Varus?
I mean, it's so interesting because Poppy obviously denies plays. Braum can shut down the MF, but also they need hard engage. So, like, of the three who's hovering, I kind of prefer. the
Okay,
response, to
how
be
do
honest,
we
because it gives
feel
you that
about
guaranteed hard engage.
APA on
This is going to be more play
on
denial. It's going to be about stopping the
what's
Alistar,
that man
stopping the
name?
Fury when They
Azir.
are looking for those dives and being able to try to reject that.
Sorry,
So
I'm
we will
rooting
see
against
if
TL
that
for
is going
hovering
to work out
Seraphine and
here.
not picking her.
Sniper, we're just
Wow.
waiting for his final pick.
I wonder why they did that. Maybe it was just a
See,
misclick.
7-0 now on the Riven. Did get a win yesterday.
Better hope he hits them smites because I already got the tweets locked and loaded in my drafts. Honestly, honestly, Holy Grail, I can't say nothing about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot more
I can't
stable.
say nothing about it. I
So
kind of
do
just
think
gotta let
that
you
it
rock.
It can do absolutely fine.
There ain't nothing I
against
can
the
do about
Jace.
that.
Sometimes people used to play like a lot of common. I've seen more electrocute these days into the range matchups, so you can go that kind of style.
I
And
kind of
then
just gotta let
you
it
are
bang.
Always that kind of tanky beast in a team fight as long as you're
'Cause,
farming
bro.
well. And I do think it's a pretty good draft for 100 Thieves. I actually feel like I like their comp more overall. You know, I do think Quid can get out to the side lanes and can win.
There's
that
nothing
side lane
I can
later
even
on
say.
against Jace, you know, especially if he's going for that more tanky style of build. And they have a good ability, you know, with River there too, to be able to attack those side lanes and potentially find dives on anyone who is answering. But that being said, obviously strong 5v5 for TL, and it feels like that's more what they're drafting towards.
Yeah, for me, it really is going to be about how they do play those side lanes, right? How they are able to spread the map, because when I do compare these two teams, while I think 100 Thieves have improved on that aspect, I do definitely still see TL
Rooting
even when we have
against
seen them
100
play
Thieves
at their
because they
best.
hovered
Still a
Riven
team
but
that
didn't lock
has
her in,
really good
right?
map presence, cross-map
Tell 'em.
control, understands their lane assignments very, very
We
well.
want to see another banger
And
game like
with this,
yesterday.
like ranged poke composition essentially coming out
We
of
want to
them.
see another one.
All right. Well, let's see what Raz has to say. He's standing by with Spooks and Swiffer for an interview.
Okay, so as you guys were just talking to each other, but first of all, you got Spooks here, Swiffer here. You just said you messed up how?
Now draft's good, it's perfect. Nah, we just we messed up our 4-5 a little bit. So yeah, I think our draft is fine, but it's not optimal.
What did they want?
And meanwhile, you just a little bit of ego, letting the Neferi through. Can you explain it a little bit?
Yeah, well, I was going to say the same thing, but I'll just let him. I'll just let him take it. It's all right.
No, expand on it.
No, I'm okay.
Okay, all right. We'll send it straight back to the catchers as the game starts on. You guys go ahead.
All right, thank you all very much. Let's get into it. Apparently some confidence, but not full confidence in the state of the drafts here from the coaches.
I need a best of 5 fearless draft. Make these boys get creative. No, seriously. I want to see something crazy.
No, actually,
I want to see something stupid.
yeah, I would go full.
We're not getting crazy and stupid, y'all. We not.
Let us get exactly what we want. I got a notebook
We're not
with
getting
5
crazy and
pages
stupid.
of that. Right? Just completely get in their head.
It's gonna be interesting. It just as soon as he said that, I was just thinking about, I wonder what he wanted on 4-5.
Yeah, exactly. Because then you're thinking like, oh, they clearly got something else.
I want to see on-hit Trundle ADC or something.
What
Yeah.
Keep Gaslight Girl.
You know
boss.
what?
You just want to convince
Heck
them.
yeah. Graves, or that's not even Graves. That's Jace. But it looks like Graves. Either way, I'll take both of them.
Do champ select because River picked a skin he's not allowed to play.
I'll take both of them.
I couldn't find it.
Yeah, very boring drafts for best of ones.
Because Contracts tweeted yesterday, I want them to enable the April Fool's skins on stage games so I can be the hot dog.
Is a good skin.
Yeah,
No,
I
honestly,
think it's because
true.
it's so new, they don't have like.
Okay, he does not look like he is repenting at all.
I mean, I would want to play the
happy
I
with
would
what
want to
he's
play
doing.
the hot dog as well. So
I love River. He's
all
kind
right.
of a troll.
Well, I guess okay. It's gonna be another few minutes because we have the hot dog bug. That's what we'll call it. The hot dog bug. The bug that makes you play the hot dog. That's all I got.
That's not a bug. That's a feature.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I'm glad he has the ad.
Oh, you're not allowed to use April Fool's skin.
Oh, really?
But what? I'm
He's like, oh really?
It's one of these. It's a learning experience, right? It happens.
Yep.
You never know. To be honest, I don't know the comprehensive list of skins that are not allowed to be
I
played
don't
in
either.
competitive.
I don't even know. any of it.
There are sometimes when I
Why are
see
you not allowed to use
skins
it?
in competitive, and I'm like, that was allowed. Like in my head, it was still in the ban list.
Isn't it like I know Santa Gragas? I think that one's banned, right? Because it's like.
So do they have to redo?
The only two that I know for sure are Steel Legion Lux and Underworld Twisted Fate because their projectiles are hard to see.
Blitz as well. I thought that
Oh
was
yeah,
really hard to see.
well, doesn't Blitzcrank have that weird?
So does
thing
that
you
mean
can
we're
stop
redoing
animation
draft
and it looks
or
like a
redoing
perfect
champ
cube
select?
of his cue?
I hate it so much.
Also,
I hate
there's
that skin so
Yeah,
much.
oh,
you kinda
really?
see the fist. You don't see the arm
Yeah,
extending.
no,
It's like,
that's as an AD
Yeah.
carry going up against Blitz. I have like PTSD from that skin.
there's definitely some crazy skins. I remember when Project Ash first came out.
Oh, yep, that's literally why. He used the disabled skin.
I can see that.
Or the banned skin.
That I'm like, do we think because I don't think if I was a pro player I would pay attention to what skins are banned.
Dude, I don't even know.
I wanna know why that
percentage of the pro
happened.
players read the patch notes.
I
There's
mean,
no way.
we don't know. Like we don't know the skin ban list.
Okay,
There's no way that River knew.
Here's what we have to figure out. What is the fitting punishment? Should he have to bring some dogs and grill them?
He has to
next
dress
week?
up like a hot dog.
He has to do.
Oh, hot dog costume stage game. Okay, I can
Yeah, that totally wouldn't be distracting
Since you were so
or
dedicated
interfere
to
with
being a
his
hot dog,
gameplay.
now you must play as a hot dog. I embrace that.
Oh, that'd be so funny. Would you?
I don't know why it's
if River's
disabled or
out there
banned.
grilling hot dogs, would you eat?
I would,
hot
I
dogs?
would go have a dog.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
Let me see if I can ask and they answer.
Like, I'm
What
down
is
with
the
hot dog game. I
reason
work
the
with that.
skin
There was,
is banned?
What was it? Back during
Fire up the grill.
Like right when
Does anyone
everybody
know?
like kind of lockdown lifted up, you remember? There was like a time there for like 6 months.
Give
where I
me
just subsisted
glizzy
on
or
hot
give
dogs.
me
It was
death.
Just like 3 hot dogs for breakfast every morning, 4 in the afternoon
Oh
for
my
lunch, then a couple at night.
Yeah, just let him play the glizzy skin.
Or it was just like,
No, mustard on a hot dog. I would.
that's it. Just mustard on a hot dog.
Somebody said too yummy.
Every day.
Oh.
For
Valid.
breakfast, like I can respect the lunch hot dogs, the dinner hot dogs, the breakfast hot dogs. I'm not sure I can get
No,
behind.
the Twitch chat didn't like it.
Valid,
either, but they were
guys.
actually really good. I would have them
It's
with a
too
big tall
yummy.
glass of tea. Just hot dogs and
Okay.
tea every morning.
Okay.
For a minute, I thought you said you were gonna have it with a big tall glass of milk, and my stomach was just gonna curdle.
Well,
Just a nice healthy breakfast.
Also, I'm lactose
Glass of-
intolerant. I
glass
feel
of
like I
whiskey,
should
you
inform
know,
You have no
you.
clue?
That's why. Yeah.
the enemy team would get
There's nothing
too
wrong with hot
distracted
dogs.
from
If any
being
of the
too
pro players wanna
hungry.
do a hot dog cookout
You
in the
know,
parking lot,
these
I
all
am down
seem
for that.
correct.
I will
Will you
be
do a
first in line.
cook-off?
These all seem correct and
The
valid.
dogs and see who makes the superior
I
dog.
would absolutely do a cook-off with any LCS.
Well, you actually
I'm
know how to
very
cook.
confident in my cooking skills versus pro gamers.
Yeah, I'm sure you actually know how to cook.
Pro gamers don't know how to boil water. So
yeah, you're someone who knows how to cook in the League
So
of Legends
like, do
player
we
base.
see
The Venn
that
diagram
as
is
the
two
problem
circles
that it
further apart than a
is?
couple of headlights.
They're
Like,
showing
it's just
they're
not
showing
there.
up to your apartment, knocking on your door, being like,
Do
"What's a
we
tis?"
see that that is a problem?
What is that?
And it needs to be fixed.
Oh,
If the pro players don't know how to boil water,
Flowers also subsists off of hot dogs and Taco Bell. So.
Hey, when you don't know answers, you ask questions. That's how you find out.
Exactly.
No, now you know.
Now
right?
I know what a tisp is.
There you go. There you go.
You know, that actually makes it. So is that like a tip is?
See, no one actually
Tablespoon?
says that. You just say, I just say tablespoon when I see the short.
No, because
hand for
I
it.
was reading
But
that.
it is. Oh yeah. So like this, a TB
Yeah, that.
SP.
Yeah.
That means
Oh,
tablespoon.
yeah, because I couldn't figure out what that was the other day, so
There
I
you go.
Googled it, and it gave me like the conversion to non-freedom units, and then I used a can of fermented beverage that had been emptied, and I poured water into it to equal.
Beverage.
Yeah, that was my measuring cup.
Okay.
Oh.
And so then that measured the water that I could then pour into the thing.
That's perfect.
Wow.
That's ingenuity.
Honestly,
Yeah.
that's creative.
Yeah.
I appreciate you so much, Clayton.
Never had to figure out what a tip sip was.
You just MacGyvered that whole situation.
That's what you got to do to get it done, man.
Need some duct tape, an axe, and
do all men
I know.
do all men struggle in this way?
Flowers and be like, I have this in my room. How do I get out of this? You know? How do I kill this guy?
Do
I've
all
left-
men
okay,
struggle in this way?
we gotta
In
make
game.
Sure.
In game.
How do I kill this guy in game?
No,
Sorry.
there was one time I had to leave notes for people around the house, like because I had left and they were coming over to take care of some stuff.
Yeah.
And I was able to
Cook
figure
pretty
out a way
well.
to
Okay.
attach those notes to anything in the house.
I like
using
how he
only
had to
a piece of
specify
paper,
for
a string, a nail, and a cough drop.
fermented beverage. He had a beer can.
Why didn't you just tell them what they needed to do before they came instead of like a scavenger hunt?
This plan was
Gordon
way more
Ramsay.
fun.
Okay, Gordon Ramsay is a mega outlier.
Sticking them on his wall over his house.
No,
It's like, why would you buy?
Was the cough drop the glue? I have to know.
Yes, the cough drop combines with the nail to keep the instructions attached to the ropes.
Wait,
wherever
so
they
why
have
do you
to
need the
hang off
cough
of.
drop if you're just nailing this?
Yeah, I can see the hot dog
Nailing
Nefiri
stuff to the
skin.
wall. I'm not damaging the walls or anything. You nail them to the cough drop, and the cough drop is attached to a rope that's
What kind
suspended.
of cough drop
Oh
is
my
this that
gosh.
it can
This
stand up
is-
to a nail?
This is an entire machine.
What's going on, Death Ray?
No, it's true.
Happy
Back when I
Sunday,
was in
happy
college, I used to play League
Sunday.
of Legends on a really crappy laptop that barely where it would get
yeah.
so hot that it was hurt to touch after 2 games.
The guy in Twitch
I'm
chat
there.
is saying,
And so
stop
I-
typing.
You're correct.
Right
You're
now.
correct. Outshot. That was a poorly stated blanket statement. You are correct.
Rubber bands, and
I
an
take
old
responsibility
Oh
for my
God, seriously,
actions.
whenever I'm in trouble, I'm calling you.
And I
Just
apologize
help
to
me.
the
little bit of
male
creativity will get
to
you
the
a long
male
way.
peoples.
You don't need to spend money if you can use random junk to build
I mean,
junk
I'm
that
all
Just say
for
G,
that.
thank you
I'm
for the
all
follow.
that.
How are you doing?
Yeah, we got this.
I'm cheap.
What's up, G?
It's easy. There's nothing to it. It's not what something is. It's what you can use it for.
Or what it
Cough
can
drop,
become.
glue,
Mango
rope and nail,
yogurt.
hanging up.
That sounds
There you go.
It works
divine.
Beautiful.
Hot dog breakfast.
Yeah.
Yeah, hot dog
Hey,
is
yo,
breakfast. Some
to
people might
be
tell you
honest,
otherwise,
does
but
it
it's
take this
true.
long to
You can
remake a
eat
lobby?
hot dog at 7 o'clock in the morning, and
No one
nobody
gets
can
Okay,
stop.
they're in.
No
They're
one
in. They're
can
in.
stop.
They're
Unless you
in.
live at home with your parents, then they might
They're
say, what are you
100%
doing
in. I
with
can
the
tell
hot
by the
dog
way
project?
They
that
probably still
Yeah.
can't stop you.
Humpty's over there pressing
It's
buttons.
just how much do you want that hot dog?
I want the hot dog.
This
I really
reminds
want
me of when we'd eat breakfast together in Korea, and I'd have like
Yeah, they're
all
in
of my
game.
rice and my smoked salmon and my kimchi, and then you would have like an entire plate of hash browns and like 10 glasses of grape juice.
Yeah, it's a way to do it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are done
Let's
filling.
go.
There is no more time for hot dogs. There is no more time for nonsense. It is only time for 100
If
Thieves
we loaded
versus
back in and he was a hot dog, I was going to be pissed. Just putting it out there.
Today, on this blessed day, we are all a hot dog.
Yeah.
True.
As
It's a little hot dog in all of us.
River does not get caught out here. Team Liquid was waiting for him. Sniper's going to want to walk away from this one here, too.
Justice for Hot Dog the
Sidestep
Fury.
some
I
shot
really want to
calls.
know why the skin is
Sniper's gonna be
banned.
playing Electrocute kind of as expected. It is phase rush for impact, so he is not going to be going into.
I really want to know.
But still could kind of go for that pseudo tanky build. Phase rush obviously going to have a lot of value. Against
Justice for Hot Dog the Fury.
as well as that Aatrox, who you want to be able to disengage from when they look for those kind of all-in plays.
Yeah, and I'm super curious to see what River is going to do for his first path, right? Because, again, like, you kind of are looking for this Nefiri to get ahead, similar to what we saw from Contracts. He had some really creative pathing on that top side, so I'll be curious to see what River does.
Yeah, and Contracts wasn't afraid to play it very aggressively, right? If he knows he had his solo laners ahead, he would invade the enemy jungle on their second
here we
buff,
go.
really try to cause some havoc early on. We'll see if we get a similar story this game, but I feel like it's going to be a lot harder when one of the enemy solo laners is Jace, and then mid lane is Azir versus Ryze. You definitely aren't going to feel
is that the Attorney Azir skin? That's cute.
Being in control,
so he can use that skin, but she can't use Nefiri?
Absolutely, and to touch back on the last time these teams played was back in finals. It was a 3-0 for TL, but it was not what the record sounds like.
How many esports drops do you get from watching all of these streams?
I think they were really looking at
what do you
it
mean?
as though it was
What do you mean by
going to be,
esports
more of a
drops?
100 Thieves favorite thing. I
What
think
do
a lot
you
of people
define
have
as an
confidence in them.
esports drop?
You look at the gold graphs, there was 100 Thieves advantages, especially game 2 and game 3, pretty significant advantages that they then weren't able to close out on.
Oh,
so
who,
despite the fact that they got
Mags?
swept, they actually were in winning positions in most of these
Oh,
games. When you look at
I'm
the
not
actual
sure.
predictions, you know, people were kind of predicting a lot. I guess this was in quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. People were predicting quite a bit, you know,
I'm not
against,
sure at all.
100 Thieves earlier on, but then once they got to the finals,
Oh,
it
JoJo?
was
He
pretty
was rated
split,
pretty
right?
high, yeah.
And Jat predicting that 100 Thieves would win.
He's a
I was thinking they were
jungler
gonna win,
for an LTA
but,
South
you know, they
team,
didn't
correct?
quite take it home, and we'll see if they can kind of build upon that from Split 1, because definitely Split 1, I think they looked a lot stronger than they did all last year.
He's got the
Yeah,
pretty
and I think
corals.
There are, especially in terms of their map.
Oh,
plays,
he's a
been the
support?
biggest
Oh.
improvements that I've seen out of 100 Thieves.
Then I
Interestingly
don't know who
enough,
you're talking
also
about.
keeping that kind of very skirmish and fight-heavy style that they like. Just coming out of their game against C9 yesterday, they did have a 0.91 combined kills per minute coming out of that game. They were at one point last
King
the
Squidward.
bloodiest team in the entire world.
JoJo
which I always
Pyun
think
is no longer in the
fun, and I know
LTA.
that-
He
yeah,
has
and Golden Glue and their entire coaching staff have talked about how like this is an identity they don't want to lose.
He has
even
moved
as they work
to
on these core concepts like map play, like cross
EU.
Because we're touching in on that top
Let me
lane
see
going
you.
very bad for Sniper. He's already used his potion. You know, it's 23 CS to 13. Obviously,
I
there
think
are
he's
additional ways being pushed.
Mad Lion's Koi, yeah. Yeah.
But, you know, Impact
Yeah,
has
yeah, yeah.
his potions. He's in a great spot. And this
Who
is
I
definitely
think
one of
has
the picks that I
also
would've been
changed their
critical
name
of
again
Impact
this
on. So,
year,
you know, if he can have
but I
start
don't
having
know
these
what
big
the
performances,
official
hey,
new
maybe
name
we can
is.
change that narrative
It
and
might
really
just
change
be
the way that
Koi.
they can draft and play. Because I do think he has some good carries, but I think of more like Rumble and GP and that sort of style than things like the Jace, the Gwen, the Jax that I feel
Period,
like he's
Max.
a lot more on.
And if that struggle continues,
Yeah,
it's gonna
Sniper
feel
made
even
bank
worse with
yesterday.
the context of this was the last pick of the draft for 100 Thieves. They're on red side. R5 is what balances the two sides in the draft. And if your R5 just ends up
I need Yun to pop the freak off today so I can get a lot of points, but I also
constantly playing catch up throughout the game. Well,
either way, I'm getting a win, right? Because I have both Sniper and I have Yun. But I want whoever gets the most kills to win.
Kind of want to give
And I want both of them to die 0 times.
farm up, run havoc.
You should have. You can still join it, Holy. You can still join the Fantasy League.
Because otherwise,
If you do exclamation point fantasy in chat, you can join the Fantasy League for the
is that
Wows.
you're just not giving a lot more to the team composition outside of raw damage in team fights.
Checking back in mid lane.
This skin
here.
is so
APA on
cute
his Azir. I did
for
go ahead and look up the stats just because I wanted to be
Azir.
100% sure. He is up
It's so
to
cute.
11 lifetime games in pro now, I believe, on Azir with just about a 64% win rate. So definitely not as much of an Azir player, I think, as a
Oh my
lot of
gosh,
other
he's
mids are,
dead.
but Quid's in some trouble. Has to try to get away from it. Flashes out, but he flashes late. That Ignite's going to burn him down. Surely the last little bit of damage. No! The
Can we get a health
level
counter
4,
on
the
him?
Ignite just
Drink your
barely
potions.
too weak. Drink your potions.
How do
ladies and gentlemen.
potions save you from
Breakfast, lunch,
Ignite
and
like
dinner.
that?
Quid hangs on by a sliver of health.
That's crazy.
Hot dogs,
Yeah.
Quid's eating potions.
Hot dog potion.
I was gonna say potions are
Oh,
just
let me
as
move
important
me
as
out the way.
Even more so.
Yeah, I do love that out of Core though, right? Because I do think Core again.
Well, I guess we
talked
wanna
about
see
the
it.
Role of this Poppy in this team composition, but also disrupting Quid's lane making it difficult.
What if I move me here?
Laning advantages, have any sort of priority from the get-go.
Oh my
I
gosh.
think is a really good look.
We got to take off the LCK watch
but at the
party.
end of the day, Quid survives. You get the flash ignite off of core, and you get the flash off of APA for just your flash. So that is really good for Quid. It was a great look, and I thought he was dead to rights also, but did not end up going that way. Now
Who you gonna think get the most kills this game, Holy?
Remember, down summoners, Ayla has both of his, so could be a little more difficult for TL.
I think my bot lane's gonna dog walk your bot lane personally.
Pushed in 500 Thieves bot
But that's just me.
and are going to be able to push it back.
So nicely done there from River to win the Smite battle for that second grub. River does not have any charges remaining on his Smite, but his team still has control over this top side River.
I don't have the hashtag in this. I'm getting fired today. What is it? LTA watch party? What is it?
But TL is actually looking for an invade on the red buff. You know, I saw them moving up the red jungle, so River's going to have to be very aware of where they could be.
They gonna kick me out, y'all.
There was kind of little effects that were going off there on the red buff, so we know they're there.
I'm getting kicked out.
Jan gets away from the bullet time. Kind of what you were talking about earlier with Misfortune, Isaac. If you don't have the setup, you fire it off. Yeah, you get some good damage, you know, dust them with the bullets a little bit, but then they still just walk out of it. It will at least, I believe, get the barrier out of the Varus, so that might be something that they can capitalize on later, as River now going to find Umpty at his chicken camp. Umpty has already stolen away the red. River will smite the big chicken, but still lose all of the extra little baby chickens there. Jumps over the wall. APA could be in some danger. Quid trying to get in there as APA with a good shovel to make some distance, but it ain't gonna matter. Quid is first on the board. River is low. They try to take him down. Umpty needs one more hit, but he won't get it. And Sniper puts a sword through his chest. It's 100 Thieves 2-0.
And that goes
We need the
so
checklist. Yeah, we
TL,
really
right?
do.
Like,
and I will make one over
kind of
my off days.
Trying to keep this Nefiri from snowballing, right? Like, even though they were able to get on.
I'm typing up that letter. Dang, I got fired from LCK last night, and now I'm getting fired from LTA.
For 100 Thieves, especially
Just back to back, bro. Just back to back.
Was, as you pointed out, Isaac struggling in lane.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the W here on this Azir. Ult is going to be able to immune it as River goes over the wall, so he stays in on.
That's your boy.
That extra damage
My
out.
boy is young.
He just has to use this kind of ulti as a disengage. He didn't have the mark on him, so
that's
he
my team.
back, but then he tries to go in for the kill. He gets the Eclipse Shield. He's able to actually survive there at the
That's
end.
my team. But
And
my
that
boys are
is
young and Corey
very
JJ.
big. They get the 2 kills. They lose no one. They take the grubs. He was doing bot side scuttle. And FBI.
Did you actually get fired from LCK, or is that a meme? That's a meme. They didn't fire me.
It's not the Eclipse Shield, it's the shield
I
of
think
the
I'm
second
chilling.
cast of the ulti. Once you get the reset, the first cast obviously not giving the shield, but the second one giving the dog that extra survivability after she first dives in. It's something that if you're not used to playing against Nefiri a lot, because the
I don't think
champion
they
has
can
only
fire
recently
me.
reworked, because it's banned so often, it can catch you off guard.
They can tell me not to co-stream anymore, but I don't think they can fire me.
Umpty doesn't have enough to trade anything back. 100 Thieves now up to a 1,000 gold lead here 9 minutes into the game. They got the first 3 grubs.
Yeah. They put me in the HR.
Dragon yet, and it looks like it'll be River
And before I went in, I put some water droplets in my eyes.
Again, this is really,
So we're
nice
chilling.
From 100 Thieves. Another thing that I'll be looking at from them in terms of like how they use the MF is rotating her around the map to create map pressure as the game goes on. But again, like the thing that I think 100 Thieves have improved the most on from last year is their turn onto objectives, right? Like it's not just they're fighting, it's they're always seem to be getting something after they win a fight. And we see that right there from them as they're able to get onto the Drake after getting mid-prio.
I'd also say having an early Ocean is actually really nice for Aatrox and Jace, and even Azir, you know, for the rise into the Azir. So,
What team is TL a rebrand of? It's always been Team Liquid.
Now 1 kill off of the feats of warfare. They're 1
It's
kill
always
off
been
of,
TL.
1 objective off of getting that.
Shopify Rebellion used to be TSM.
Completed. So running the early
NRG just no longer exists.
In a really good spot.
And the big reason for that, only a slight gold lead, is still the top lane. It's still plus
Immortals
300 gold
no
for
longer
impact,
exists.
despite 1 kill and 1 assist on Sniper. And you need to look no further than the CS counts to see why. 97 to 63. Yes, Sniper should be able to pick up most, if not all, of this wave crashing into the turret right now, but it's still a long way to go before he catches up to Impact. Jace, who, Team Liquid fans, this is what you're looking
Curse
at.
is a name that is so old, I don't even know.
Who fires back the bullet time to guarantee that the
I have only been in the professional League of Legends scene for like the past 3 years. Curse was like at the beginning, so I don't even know.
It's really about the one-item power spike for MF. That's when you kind of just have full control over mid lane, especially against a pick like this Poke Varus. Once you have the BT, you just can't really be threatened anymore, and that's
Truly
where it's
hypo.
so hard to maintain that prio through
Yes,
mid. And then MF always has
man.
first move towards the sides for
There's
objectives, which is
Curse
so
and
beneficial.
Echo Fox. Those are the two. Like, if somebody brings those up, I'm like, oh, you ain't new to this. You true to this, huh?
To deal with
If somebody brings those up, I'm like, oh,
teleport to join if he needs
babes,
it. FBI is
I'm
down
just
to
a
about
baby.
40% HP stuck over in mid lane
Yeah.
as Ayla and River try to make their
Oh,
entry.
you're
into the grub pit.
ancient.
Now engaging on APA.
Got
Sniper
it.
spreads his wings for the World Ender, and 100 Thieves has made their entry. Nice disengage coming out from Core JJ to keep 100 Thieves back. Now Impact's got to be careful because River's diving onto him.
If TL loses to 100 Thieves, like,
cutting off Impact's escape.
I don't know what
The
to say.
grub should still be claimed by TL. That will be the case. All three of the second set going their way, but it will come at the cost of Impact, who is sacrificed to make that.
I'm going to ask a question here, and it's going to sound so savage, so shady, but I promise you it's not. It's just I have noticed a difference in skill over the past 3 years that I've been watching. What happened to Impact? Impact used to be one of the top laners in the LCS. Like, literally unstoppable, unmatchable. What happened to him?
Flank, but obviously tough when you're kind of sectioned out from the team.
I'm so confused.
Engage from Ayla, does trade his flash out with
When he
APA,
was on
gets that, but
Evil
then double
Geniuses, Evil
knockback
Geniuses
here.
is another one that
Impact in a lot of ways, because Impact arrives and they're all
that
around
isn't
him.
in the
River doesn't hesitate whatsoever,
LTA anymore.
just fully commits in onto him. The Rise ult comes in to help.
He
Sniper
lost
is finding
his
some
Impact
real
by
way out
hypo.
there for Impact.
Goodbye.
Does trade flashes with Quid, so at the very least gets that. But at the end of the day, he is going to get knocked
And
down.
like that's over the
It's
past
skill for
3
FBI,
years.
who already
What
had that slight
happened?
gold lead and who is very close to cashing out his call. So when he
In
does
a
that,
retirement
you
home is
expect
what happened.
BP
That's
already
savage.
all about to cash out. He's going to be
He's forced to be support, not carry for team. Really? So you're saying he's more of a carry top laner rather than like, let me just like help the team be successful.
And now River with his bottom lane right next to him, taking the
I
blast
can't remember what he used to play, but I thought he was always on tank duty.
Pit to really get blasted as now Impact's in some danger. It's a 4v1 and there's nothing to it besides that.
When I'm
Quid's taking
thinking
the kill
about,
yet again, 2-0-2, 100% kill participation here in the mid lane rise.
I love stuff like this from 100
Dang.
Thieves because we've talked about how teams seem to be.
Nice bullet time over the wall to back up when Ayla's putting down, and Quid's got enough damage to guarantee they send it all the way. 100 Thieves right when it looks like they've got enough, they're backing off.
I kind of feel like that's what happened to Tenacity, though. You remember the old top laner for 100 Thieves? Not really old. It was what, 2 years ago? But I feel like Tenacity was a carry top laner, but he was always getting put on these tanks to just survive. Literally just survive.
That extra kill, they realize they
But
have to
I
set
never
up as
looked at
something
Impact
this
as
team has never
someone who just needed. Well, yeah, I thought of him as just absorbing pressure, absorbing damage. But I never thought of him as a carry top laner.
Maybe if I stand here long enough, they won't notice that I'm
Do not get me started on the fumbling of Tenacity. It's so insane to me.
And actually screwed up so that the wave pushed the
It's
other
so
way.
insane to me. And in addition to that, he was on DSG. DSG is now in the LTA.
But I've had this happen to me. It just stays there, and you can kill it and get gold.
It's just vibing.
Yeah, it's just vibing.
Okay, Vibe Lord minion. Quid is going to protect it.
Where is he?
Okay, it took one hit, but it's still a lot. This is like an escort mission in an old like console game. You have to escort the
I don't even know what he's doing right now. Let's see.
I'm willing to give you 2 more wins.
Let me see if I can look this up.
The game. Mark will back me up on this. Yeah, if you can keep the minion alive to the end of the game, 2 more wins. That could be potentially 4-0 after this game.
Not a bad deal. I'd take that deal. Minion would be happy to take that deal as well.
No, when you talk about fumbling, I really do think he was fumbled.
Fail, but down here in bottom lane, Impact's the one in danger again. 100 Thieves sending the boys after the Team Liquid top laner. That last bouncing bullet doesn't even need to bounce. Impact's down for the 3rd time, and the Jace that started off with a strong laning phase has now been smacked back down to earth.
They didn't even need River there. He was too busy
I don't know.
getting the Drake, and that was a set play, right? You saw.
Let's be real, he didn't do much on DSG, and DSG isn't going anywhere. I do think that DSG needs some time to form synergy. I think team bonding and team synergy is a big
I do feel like Rise
way
fits the playstyle of Quid and kind of one of those
or
champions that's
stepping
really
stone to win games in the LTA.
We didn't give him a name.
Did he get the last hit at least? Didn't even get the last hit. He died for nothing.
Just let him die to minion on minion violence. You're right, audience. Justice for that minion. Bullet time over the wall. Yon has to disengage and get the hell out of his own side of the jungle.
Yeah.
Made them not walk somewhere for a second.
Yes, I mean, hey, he's had some good results of the bullet time here so far, but now Sniper, emboldened by recent events, ready to go after Impact here in the 1v1. Would have had the advantage there in that. Unfortunately for him, APA is ready to back up his top laner. Now 100 Thieves with control over the top side River, knowing that there are two Team Liquid players in the bottom lane. They also know this Rift Herald is theirs.
Yeah, I was going to say that pulls APA bot. Aatrox is easily able to get out and then gives them pressure on the top side. They're able to take this Rift Herald. These are the exact type cross-map plays that 100 Thieves have been a lot more thoughtful about.
Yeah, they're doing it really, really well. You know, you just move Rise out to the side lane, MF, full control over mid lane as soon as the BT is completed, and now they're looking to even threaten on Yon.
Yeah, you wanted to see a little bit more from the engage from Ayla if you were on the side of 100 Thieves with Core JJ doing a good job stopping that from accomplishing what they wanted to do with the use of the steadfast presence. Ayla just pops Unbreakable Will and disengages it.
Honestly, you know, unless you have Flash, you're not really going to be able to get by Core unless he makes a pretty big mistake. So it's tough. At the end of the day, they just kind of trade ultimates. Varus ult for the ult there from Ayla.
All right, Holy.
Pressure, making sure there's no chance they can defend.
All right.
Did trade back a tier 1 on bot side.
It really is 0 to
again,
6
it is
though.
100 Thieves moving the game forward. They knock down all of the outers now at this point. A 3K gold lead, a 2 dragon lead, and they are looking really, really strong.
And that does open up so much space.
I need Yun to get a pentakill, but not off a Sniper. I need him to kill the other 4, and then somebody respawns, and then he kills them again. I need that type of vibe.
Are theoretically looking to pick
I need that type of vibe.
before 5v5 starts.
And you can see, look at the inventory of Quid stacking up on both those items with the engage.
Okay.
Core JJ and APA were
Literally anyone but Sniper APA. If we could just keep that in mind.
Now River and Ayla trying to get away, but it doesn't matter. Another kill follows through, and River dies despite Nefiri's evasiveness. Chains of Corruption fly out, but hit no target. Team Liquid feeling real happy about picking up those 2 kills. They want to try to secure the tier 2 turret in the bot lane right after, but the first wave is cleared out by the bullet time. The rest of TL waiting over the wall, hoping somebody from 100 Thieves walks a little too close.
How do they know they're out of vision?
Yeah,
That's crazy.
It was just 1 cannon, though, that he ulted there, so not going to have it for this wave. Looks like he will be able to clear this out pretty quickly, though, and does have Ayla.
How do they know how to hide in pockets of vision,
picks,
dude?
though, from TL. Core lays a trap with APA. They get the 100-0 there on to Sniper.
And that's why we stole your blue buff, Holy.
To chase after River. He knows he can't turn and fight.
And that's why we stole your blue.
Already. It's just a great setup here out of the bush. They saw Sniper. Core was in the tri-brush, so he spotted him actually on the Gromp and just walks over here and decides, you know what, we're going to wait. We're going to lay a trap. We have eyes on him.
So sorry, chat, but what is the fantasy thing for, and what do I do there? I quite literally signed up just now, and I'm very lost. Okay, Keo, so basically what happens is fantasy LTA is kind of like fantasy basketball or fantasy football. So if you've ever heard of that, you basically get to make your own LTA team of the players. So you get to pick, maybe you want Yun, the Team Liquid ADC on your team, so you'll draft him. But you want River, the 100 Thieves jungler, so you'll draft him. You get to curate your very own team. It's a fantasy. And you get points based on their stats in the game, so how they perform. There's a certain multiplier for if you guess their champion, how many kills they get, if they don't get any deaths, yada yada yada, all the stats. And when you join the league, specifically the one that I created, we get to go up against each other. We get to put our teams up against each other and see which teams do better or which teams perform better. So that's the TLDR.
Now going after the Drake itself. Quid has
on how LTA Fantasy works.
Either at 9, maybe now 10 stacks. The Rise is very powerful, but Team Liquid is stepping up, ready to challenge. The Drake down to 3,000 HP. River should be able to secure this
dragon, bro.
real contest from Umpty, and 100 Thieves will take the objective.
It's the FBI emotes for me.
Without a fight, Umpty trying to zone them away from that tower, though.
We might get a fight instead. Umpty jumps in. Quid's going to be taken down to 40% HP, and Ayla
Okay,
gets killed
period.
before anything else even happens. FBI under pressure as River jumps back in to protect him from Umpty. Impact needs to try to get away as Sniper
Yeah, nice ulti APA. Nice ulti APA.
History repeats itself yet again, and 100 Thieves fall to pieces under the Team Liquid tie.
Hey,
it's a massive
go
fight
Team
there for
Liquid.
TL. They're gonna be able to get Otacon off the back of that
Go
as
Team
well.
Liquid.
They get everything.
Yeah.
A great initial fight.
Oh,
Starts out,
and an
Otacon. His moment gets in, gets the ulti back on multiple members. Core gets a stun on the MF against the wall.
So why aren't our boys getting objectives? Honestly, I couldn't tell you. There is no reason they should have 3 dragons right now. There is no reason they should have 3 dragons.
They're all split up, and the fight is just so disjointed.
Yeah, and props to Umpty for being able
Good
to
job, everyone except APA. What APA do? That was a good ult. He killed the Nefiri.
He's
And he lived. Well, he died, but
ahead of the team. This time, the team
Sniper had to use his flash to kill.
That Xin ult. And then APA being able to show up on these here.
Oh, nice.
He's looking hype. He's looking hype about it, and honestly,
Do y'all think he cursed right there? That's why they muted it.
I have no idea why 100 Thieves was hanging around, because when you look at the
Y'all think he cursed?
remember both
He cursed them out?
and World
You think he was like,
use to chase TL away and didn't get anything other than Yon's barrier? I don't know how you're going to win a team fight without those.
And that's why they didn't play the
They were even
comps.
trying to fight. I think they just took really greedy paths because MF had moved back behind.
If I ever say good job, APA, somebody stole my identity. Oh my gosh.
It seemed like the other 3 were not respecting the fact
What
that TL could still
APA
beat them.
do?
Well, now Impact.
Well,
The fact that
yes,
River
for
is
sure.
on the prowl. A little bit more
Why
damage
was
will
it
be required to get
muted?
this kill, but shouldn't have a problem
I just want to know why it was muted. Play it back. He was cursing like a sailor.
But yeah, that was the,
No, the TL haters are just like, why? How can you hate them? They're just so sweet, kind, and skilled individuals.
And again, with this composition, with the range that they have, they can mow down turrets so quickly, and 100 Thieves have to come into them now.
All right, 100 Thieves. Let's see if they can now scramble to play defense in the wake of the mistake of 20 minutes.
I mean, I think that 100 Thieves are just going to try to just not fight unless they get a freebie in the sideline or something like that. They're just going to try to wave clear, right? They're just going to keep aggressively.
Didn't Double Lift used to be on Team Liquid at some point in time? I think Double Lift was on all the teams. Double Lift was on Team Liquid, TSM, 100 Thieves. I don't think he was ever on Cloud9 though.
Sniper is down. That was quite a caster curse, Azale.
You thought 100 Thieves were not going to fight.
I mean, they have GAs. There's literally no reason. You can just ult the wave and stand at your tower, and there's nothing that TL can do in that spot. Instead, they try to take this fight, and I'm not really sure why. Ayla ends up giving over a freebie. They're now going to lose.
Yo, these guys actually hate winning.
Instead of really giving up nothing, which is what I think they had to give up, instead, it's going to be even
Not
more
they hate
of a goal lead, about 2,000 gold, because the tier 2 towers are worth
That's
so much.
funny.
Plus, you get those 2 kills, plus the bonus gold from this Otacon that you get
Oh
on
my
every single
gosh.
kill. And now they put themselves in a really tough spot because really, I think they could have just waited out the
I don't
GAs
think they
and
hate
played for
winning. I
Soul,
just think
but it
TL
feels
are
like
natural
100
born
Thieves
winners.
Get really frazzled when there is
It's
a mistake.
really
You know,
hard
it's
for
like
them
they
to
make this one
lose.
mistake and then they're trying to make up for it, and that's causing them to make the next mistake.
I don't even know if it's frazzled, but I do think they constantly are looking for fights without necessarily realizing that they might not. Like this too is 100 Thieves, right? Like this is the other side where we were talking about the things they've improved on in terms of getting objectives after fights, cross-map trading, stuff like that.
I love when
Here
we're
we see
delusional.
the other vintage 100 Thieves, right? Where they are picking fights in a position where they really shouldn't be.
Well, now the clock is definitely ticking against them as they are going to need to stop making these poor fight choices. Otherwise, Team Liquid will get to the point where there's just no way for 100 Thieves to withstand the lead. A 4K gold lead from what was a massive lead for 100 Thieves earlier. What, 3,000? That's a 7,000 total gold swing from 4 minutes ago.
Even just where the gold is, right? You know, we had seen Quid at this big advantage, FBI at this big advantage. Now they are both behind. The Azir is getting so strong. And now you get to this point where Ryze is kind of forced to group and take these fights. You can't play through side lanes as much. And you're going to get heavily outranged by both the Varus and the Azir. And Yon has been kind of a hero on every champion, but Varus in specific, you know, over 67% kill participation. He's involved in everything. He has a really good win rate on it. And has been so good. And really, when Yon gets ahead, TL does very, very good things. I know with his at 14 stats, it's like when he's up, their win percentage is incredibly high, and when he's not, they kind of just don't win. So, so goes Yon, so goes the game often for TL.
Well, Yon, despite the fact that he only just recently came into a gold lead, is still 4-0-3, 7 out of 9 kill participation here in this game. Team Liquid just securing themselves what would have been the soul if 100 Thieves got it.
I like how the dog is like running to catch up with
Nefiri.
Nefiri.
Feel confident walking up to take a fight in open ground. Team Liquid now the ones with the confidence to move into enemy territory.
She really sends her dogs on people and is like, handle my light work.
Because for the next 4 minutes, the only thing either team really has to care about is Baron.
Yeah, and they have such good vision set up on the bot side too. Prior to Ryze coming down to get that bot
She really
wave,
be
they'd
sending her
also
dogs
set
to
up
die though.
Their waves, so they were pushing
Are
in.
these games still best of one? Correct. They are really cute, Cap. I'm just not noticing that. They're little puppies.
Lane assignments. They do have a really strong understanding of how to set the map in their favor when they're ahead, especially
Holy Grail.
with the composition like
I
this,
get
with
it.
so much range.
I get it 100%. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, and literally every team in Atlanta will have the biggest lead. Like in football, I think there was a game where we were up 40 points, and we let the enemy team come back in the fourth quarter and beat us. And beat us.
I mean, it's tough. I feel like they have
there's
to get
nothing
some sort of pick,
truly more upsetting than like being up and winning. They were 6-0, right? They were literally 6-0. Letting the enemy team come back and take your cheeks.
Yeah. And that didn't
There's
end up
nothing
working
sadder
out,
to
but that
watch.
is the type of play.
They spot it though.
Okay, Quid can just walk away from it. That thing has to channel for quite a while. APA flashing forward to guarantee that he catches FBI. Now Yon's
APA wants to be faker so bad. And although he will never be, sometimes he's kind of close.
Team Liquid need to find a bit more damage. Quid sidestepping away from the accelerated shock blast and Impact jumping right back into the Sky Sniper. Dies more damage onto River. Goodbye, 100 Thieves. Double kill of it to Core JJ. It's a 4 for 2. Team Liquid.
Team Liquid. Oh, holy last split. I'm not even going. I'm not even going to do it to you.
Is in there, sweeps them back, and
yeah,
that is
Francisco.
a huge win for TL. Thankfully for 100 Thieves, they did at least kill off APA and Yon, so it's not such an easy Baron take immediately after.
Imagine being able
to
literally
here. This is kind of risky,
slip and slide.
I think that if Ayla and
slip
Quid
and
suss
slide
this out, they have a
to
chance
victory
to stop it.
on your
Impact is
tummy.
coming, but there's not ultimates, there's not summoners, and
but
this still is
instead,
a strong rise.
You choose to throw away your lead and lose.
Core JJ's at no HP. If
Imagine.
he jumps in on Quid, he dies to 1 spell rotation. So Team Liquid will
UGA
think
has
better
done
of it.
that
They'll
BS
back
too.
away. APA's flash there is beautiful after
And they make it very hard to watch
Okay,
sometimes.
he's going to flash away. We need to make sure we kill him. Really like the heads-up play from him there. I thought he had a real struggler of a game yesterday, so glad to see him bouncing back better here today.
Especially on something like the Azir, right? Where he's been so heavily criticized of once you get past your comfort picks, you can't play X,
Welcome
Y,
back,
insert
jerks.
champion here, right?
Pudgy, thank you for the follow. How are you?
That he has
Oh boy, the engage is ready to go. They wanted to use Realm Warp on Ayla specifically
Aw,
to give him the
holy.
angle, but he does not find it. Lots of ults traded off to the side of that fight before it ever really broke
Watch
out
this
here
Azir
too.
ult.
Ayla down to just barely any HP. Remember, there's no chains of corruption.
Oh,
Poppy
they're
doesn't have the Keeper's
scurrying.
Verdict yet. Crescent Guard was also used in the earlier
I'm
scrap
gonna
on the
wash my
side.
hair
I
tomorrow.
mean, they realm warp him in, but Core's just there to body block, and he
Tuesday,
stuns him
rather.
against the wall. He doesn't waste his W, so Ayla can't even try a combo because Core's just sitting on his W, waiting to be able to actually interrupt if he goes for any of those carries. So nice little attempt, but with Core there's no play happening. And now we'll have to see if his ultimate is even going to be back up, if his flash is going to be back up for this next dragon, because that is still a great opportunity for 100 Thieves. They are still on Soul Point. If they can find a pick or find a good fight prior to it, Quid is looking like he wants to potentially just start up this Baron. I think they want to get the TP here out from APA. APA and Impact are both down on bot side. And actually, does AP even have a teleport? It looks like it's still shortly on cooldown.
Yeah, I believe there is still a little bit of cooldown left on the TP from APA. So 100 Thieves pulling off the heist, sneaking the Baron 31 minutes into the game with 15 seconds until the next Drake spawn.
What the heck?
A great call, but also a pretty big misstep from TL. I couldn't quite tell, but it does look like APA just had a bit of cooldown on his TP, and Impact was going behind
are we
him,
both
on the bot side. He definitely didn't have his TP, so sending 2 members down to bot side with Baron up and no teleports is really, really risky. And 100 Thieves find that window to punish.
Yes.
They will give up this dragon, but they're just going to play for the tier 2 top. They're going to play for additional gold here. And just try to claw back that gold lead and get themselves into a spot where they're going to feel
Y'all
really
remember watching the T1 versus
what do 100 Thieves have to do to get back in this game,
match
right?
last night?
We saw them trying to make the picks even
not
when
DK.
Those attempts were
Who they play?
like the Realm Warp onto Ayla, like the other Rise play that they attempted that Jan was able to thwart off. This Baron is another great example of them recognizing they can sneak in, potentially burn this down so quickly when 2 TL members are on the bot side of the map and can't contest.
Yeah, it feels like the Soul
Did they
Point
play?
status
No,
of
they played
100
Gen
Thieves
G.
here
They
isn't
played
so
Gen
much
G last
these
night. They
as a
played
win
Gen G.
condition. It's
Y'all
more of
remember
an
T1
insurance
versus Gen
policy.
G last
You're
night?
just saying, okay,
when
we've got all these early, so you guys can't
when
get a
Gen
soul.
G was
We're
winning,
gonna take the
and then
Baron
T1
instead
started
to catch
winning,
up in terms of gold,
then
but APA with
Gen
a
G
nice
started
two-man
winning,
shuffle. FBI
and
at half HP
TL
as Core JJ
started
tackles in for
winning,
point-blank keeper's verdict,
and then Gen G started winning, and then T1 killed everybody but Victor, but they all had 200 HP, and then they all went to fight Victor 1v1, v1, v1, v1. Y'all remember that?
Another spear through the heart or a bullet to the head. It's impact guaranteed.
And then the
It's
game
done
hit
as
like
Team
46
Liquid
minutes.
have cleaned up all 4 of them. Baron or not, it's APA again. Finding the shuffle, finding
What
the
do you
engage,
know?
finding
It's a
the path
TL
for Team Liquid to mount their comeback and take down 100 Thieves.
APA to everyone who says they can't play Azir, he's like, I can play Azir. That was a great game for him. Clutch
He had some good ultis.
shuffles. What
Yeah.
a performance from TL.
I mean, APA in particular,
He had some great ults.
really good in these fights.
I just don't understand why you're letting Azir start every single fight as if you don't have Rise and Fury.
Fight defining, really able to help them claw back, or as well playing
He's not
so well,
Faker.
actually just denying Ayla. The fact that
But
we
gosh
never
darn
got
it.
to see a good Ayla combo
He
in
was
these
pretty
fights,
freaking
pairing
close.
up with the MF, who is so strong, is largely
Umpty
due to
is
how
so
Core
respectful.
played. The MF ulti, all that got the whole game was a barrier here and there.
I think we might interview Umpty next week.
It was a really
I think we interview Umpty next week.
We were kind of
I'm gonna
talking
prep
about the
some
way that the
interview
finals
questions for him.
went, just as a bit of context for them being able to get ahead for 20
They just love
minutes,
winning the
but
first
then
15 minutes of the
stumbling at
game,
a
then
critical
forgetting all of their win
junction and
cons.
giving the game back to TL. It happens again here as Team Liquid and APA, like you're talking about, just find their moment and then they never lose control.
That's
We have
how
the
it
ruler
be.
spot, now we have the 100 Thieves
Yeah.
spot.
Oh no.
I was gonna say in
That's
the
how it be
100 Thieves
sometimes.
compound, they just need to blow up that section.
It's
of the
okay,
map
King
and put it
FBI.
somewhere so they just look at it every single day.
Exclamation points, care, do not go here, bring a friend,
Danger zone.
have a plan. Always go with a
Aw,
buddy.
I'm
This
sorry,
part of the map
Sniper.
is part of the plan. Honestly, though, for 100 Thieves, they still got to start out with a 1-1 weekend here in week 1. You know they're going to go home and think that it could have been a 2-0, but APA and Team Liquid came out on top. So let's
Why
send
did it
it
look
down
like
to
he
Jack
was
on
sad?
stage
I know
for
he
an
just lost, but
Thanks, Flyers. And we were just talking about the Azir game. How does it feel to have a good Azir game?
Honestly, I think it's probably my first good Azir game. I'm just really proud of the game itself.
I mean, walk me through some of those fights because the game was not in a good state for Team Liquid, but you actually, specifically the dragon play around the bot side where you found that big engage. What were you looking for?
I think a lot of problems I've had in the past with Azir was either I would go in too early or go in too late with Azir ulti, and then I've just watched like a tremendous lot
goodbye,
of
BK.
like VODs from like really good pros, you know, Chovy, Faker, like all their good Azirs, and then just like inspiration from them, and then like I guess that fight shows it.
I remember talking to some Team Liquid guys last year about you adding Azir to your champion pool during Split 1. Does it feel like it's clicked now, or is there still more games to be played?
I mean, this game could be a fluke, but it's a good sign.
That's cool to hear. Difficult game yesterday, difficult time at first stand. What have you and the team been working on the most to better prepare yourselves for the rest of Split 2?
I think we're just rebuilding our team fundamentals currently. I think like when we got back from first stand, our team fundamentals are really, really bad. And then over the course of like last 2-3 weeks, we've just been focusing mostly on team fundamentals, and I think we've been slowly improving that. And yourself, you've had a lot of success since joining the LCS. You mentioned you're always in finals. What are some of your individual goals for this split? I mean, just always to be the best mid laner. How close are you? Are you there? I'm top half right now. Okay.
Oh.
Thank you very much, APA. Enjoy the win, and I'm going to see you next week. That's it from here. Don't miss any LTA action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold.
I love
the QR code on screen.
humble he was right there. Yeah, that was a safe answer. Normally, I feel like Ego would have taken hold of him and been like, heck yeah, I'm #1, and everybody else is dog water, dookie booty cheeks. Like, I feel like that's normally his energy. So that's very respectful that he was like, I'm top half. Okay. So there's 8 teams in the LTA. So that means he's top 4, right? He wanted to say yes so bad. Who are the top laners? We got Quid, Quad, APA, Loki, which is C9, and then it's DSG, Dignitas, Lion Gaming. Oh, that's 7.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Who's the mid laner for Shopify? Palafox. I don't know those 4. So him being top 4 with the other 4, I think that's valid. Abadage. So it's Palafox, Abadage. I'm missing DSG and Lions. Top half is a good answer. No, Jensen isn't playing anymore. I think him saying top 4 being Quid, Quad, APA, and Loki would be valid. I don't know if he would consider Palafox. Well, Palafox is not bad. I just think Shopify Rebellion is struggling. Personally, if I had to choose one, I would say Quad is.
Mr. Shotgun over here.
Quad is definitely a banger.
Let me figure this out. Oh, we're cool. There's a charging station nearby.
Who puts in Nashville and Indiana anyway?
Yeah. Plans change, but the Kia EV9 is great for road trips.
That looks like such a nice little cabin moment. I think that's what I'm gonna do for my birthday this year. I'm gonna rent out a cabin, invite all my friends, and we're just gonna throw away our phones for 2 days and go horseback riding through the mountains. Yep. The plan hath been made. All right, next is DSG versus FlyQuest. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, board games, stuff like that. I think that would be fun.
Poppy mid.
You're no flash. He's also on 10. I'm fine. Yeah, just go for it.
Oh my gosh, holy. One of my friends is like super into horror movies and films and stuff. And they said the same exact thing.
I'm not there. It's all you guys.
They like literally when I was telling them that on the phone the other day, they're like, that sounds straight out of a horror film. And I was like, bro, chill. We're not gonna be in the freaking forest. We're gonna be in the mountains. Like, it'll be nice and scenic.
Right, so 100%. Yeah. Oh, that's good. I'm looking slowly too. Yeah.
Y'all are a mess.
Can anyone mark me? Yeah. Come toss. 2 seconds. Up above. Yeah. E. I'm go. On Aatrox. He's gonna flash. Yeah. We're splitting. Kill him.
I told Mark, the commissioner of LTA, I told him that I forgot to put the hashtag in my title, and he said, it's all good. He said, don't worry about it. So thank you This is a public apology and thank you to Mark Z. Thank you for not firing me. Wasn't the Until Dawn game set in the mountains? Dang, bro. Dang, bro. I'm just trying to play some freaking Monopoly and Uno with my friends on my birthday. Ooh, thank you, jerks. All right, let's start getting ready. Hey, hey, what is No Mercy? Yeah, I gotta keep the blicky.
What
My
fuels
blicky.
me? The most important person in my life is my partner. You know, we've been together for 6 years. She's always supported me through my best years, through my worst years, and she definitely is a source of a lot of the strength I have to pull through and continue trying to be better. And then I would say my teammates. For me, I've always been someone that looks to draw strength from other people, kind of building trust with each other and then getting to repay someone's trust in me by performing well is something that I've always considered to be super important.
Whippo and Surdy in a 1v1 right now. Whippo's low on health, and Surdy just has the damage. Whippo looks like he's accepting it. He hits all those 6! Demacia Justice first blood!
It's why I try to always perform well for my fans as well, because a lot of the people that support me, they go out of their way to make sure that they're always there to watch my games. They always cheer me on. A big part of what fuels me is repaying them on those days and making sure I perform well so they have something to cheer for. What fuels you?
Oh my gosh, Max!
A big voice.
What
big
the
brand,
heck?
big presence in game.
Aw, I hope
he
he
also plays
loses.
next.
That's true.
FlyQuest versus DSG. I'm going to talk about DSG first, though, because the feeling after they lost that game to Lion was very negative.
Yeah.
Because they lost pretty badly in the later stages. But
There's a draw 100 card. There's a swap hands cards. There's a target 4 card.
off of just one game and see if they
I've
can build
never
on
seen
what
a
they
draw
were doing
100 card. Are there even 100 cards in the
I
deck?
think for DSG, it was really positive to see because we got to see so little of them last split. So, and they took their boot camp to Korea. So the biggest question is, was there going to be growth there? That is the case. I think that the players are really vocal in terms of looking to improve. I mean, obviously you have Puhi, you have XU, you have vocal
Jerks.
players, you have
What's
Blue.
your
It's really just
Discord
about the
name?
carries, and so there's a lot of positive
I'll
there,
give you
just
the
need
role.
consistency.
Yeah, and it's how they can regroup after a loss like yesterday, right? Because their early game does look better. I think when you come down to teams like this, it often does look more cohesive early because they go in, they have a plan, right? And then something goes wrong, and then it really, really ended up snowballing in Lion's favor, right? So now they're gonna have to really dig deep and try to find that stability going up against FlyQuest, who
Can you give me like the full
one moment that I remember
like the full name,
DSG is when
like with the hashtag after it
in the mid lane
and everything?
And I feel like Scary Jerry kind of knew they were there because when the Sejuani ult flew out to him, he cleansed immediately. Like he was almost so ready for them to be jumping on top of him, but then he died anyway. They teleported in castle.
Oh, you're just
having
jerks.
nothing to do. They lost bot turret.
Yeah.
They lost
Okay.
like 2,000 gold off that play. They only had a 1,500 gold lead at 15 minutes. So that was, I think, the moment that broke them yesterday, and I just hope they can bounce back from that.
That is my biggest worry. And we'll talk about FlyQuest very quickly because, like, for me, my biggest worry with DSG is, like, for teams like this, when you make a mistake, the most crucial thing is to shrug it off and talk about the next play and be able to regroup, right? And I think a lot of the time
You're not
they
able
will
to type.
find
Also,
themselves
love
with
your
a low sample size
avatar
we have this split and last
from
split, like,
HiQ.
make a mistake,
Yes.
then come back in the mat, make another mistake, and so it
Freaking
turns into,
love.
like a whole lemming situation. Whereas FlyQuest is the opposite. They make a mistake in a game, and you fully trust that they will regroup for the next fight. That's what I
There
love
we
about
go.
them as a team. And looking specifically at this squad, I thought Busio had incredible engages on Nico. I thought that quad on his rise really found angles again and again that made Impact's life really difficult. So yes,
not
FlyQuest
working.
will find those moments, but they're
The
also a great
self-roll
team
not
at being able to recover from mistakes once it's made.
And they're also really good at capitalizing on mistakes their opponents make,
True.
right?
Yep.
Because
Does it not
there were
allow you to
parts of
click
that
on
very
them,
early game
or
that did look a lot closer than the game ended up being because every time TL chose a fight that might not have been advantageous for them, FlyQuest immediately punished them, right? And this team specifically is so good at that. They're really flexible as well in terms of like what team compositions they can run. So DSG definitely have a tall task ahead of them.
They do.
Into this game.
One thing I'm really excited to continue to track with FlyQuest throughout the rest of the split is how they approach draft, with the fact that there's not as many lane swaps. Because Bwipo's always been someone who knows specific weird counter picks. And you won't be able to run away from them nearly as easily as you could in the lane swap era, where he was still pulling those picks out, but they were more tailored to.
I'm gonna try and take away your follower role and give it back to you and see if that works.
So many support counter picks around the world, and Busio, when he came into the scene as a former mid laner, played all kinds of stuff in the bot lane. So really, I want to see FlyQuest build up their laning strength this year, because I think they've succeeded so much off of their coordination and team fighting, and if they can add in just exceptional laning with counter picks, I think it can take them to the next level.
Never forget Busio's year. Back at his debut.
I've forgotten it.
I think the cool thing about Busio and like watching him improve as a player as well is, again, I remember talking to him and like teasing him a bit.
I don't know
if
that
really
worked,
but after his Pike game, where initially his KDA did not look great, right?
Let me know if it did.
He was still moving around the map. He was still making plays. He was getting down vision. He was kind of being a vanguard for the rest of the team. Unironically, he was. And that kind of map awareness is something that I feel like the younger players on FlyQuest have learned so much better, and you've seen it improve under kind of the instruction of Inspired and Bwipo, you'd have to assume.
Yeah, and so even to the point that you had made a little earlier about Bwipo's strength in top lane and his versatility with picks and all these things, even just hearing Fudge in the earlier interview.
Okay,
like, no,
today's Team Liquid won. Also, hello, Munchie.
Bwipo's the one that I'm scared most of because of his matchups that he has there. So there's that, and also gonna put this out there. Saw the DSG boys yesterday at the after
party.
You talked
to Exu yesterday.
Yeah,
yes,
I'll ask
doing great. Now, I asked
the
him,
mod for
at that
the
point, my memory is bad.
Discord.
I'm an old man at this point. I asked him who he was facing the next day. He said, FlyQuest.
Also,
I gave him a face. He's like, don't give me that face.
now that we're finally at FlyQuest,
you're losing this game face. I was like, really? I was like, And he was like, don't give us this face. Have confidence. I was like, all right. Now, I didn't predict with confidence, but the main takeaway for me is that they were at least in high spirits. They lost. It was a tough game yesterday, but the players came out of that, I felt like, high spirits, good confidence, all of that, even though I did not necessarily contribute to that, giving them confidence.
In spite of my
own actions.
Despite my attempt to make them depressed, they rebuffed me.
yeah, so
I do think that points,
now that we're at the Team Liquid game, we're probably going to see some fun picks.
Right, where he was like,
Team Liquid normally pulls out the fun stops.
Like, what is the vibe on the team been like? And he's like,
very
I don't know,
excited
we're just
for
like a
that.
bunch of funny guys. Like, we're having a really good time playing together. And I do think if you do have that type of team
This guy's Toast has not won a singular game since joining
but I do think that if you have that
the
type of
LTA,
environment, it does
which is
take a bit of the
pretty
sting out of the
tough.
losses. If you can look at your loss and be like, here's where everything went wrong. We go again tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be a task. And we have
All right,
seen
Banana
Peel games before, Blue Shell games before. You can call them what you want. But
did they
FlyQuest,
perform well?
I feel like
I don't remember if Umpty himself performed well. They were losing pretty hard early, but they ended up turning the game. Okay, thank you for the 100 bitty bits. Appreciate you, boo.
That borders
thank you,
on
thank you.
overconfidence for because the confidence is part
Yeah,
of what
they haven't been
and part of what allows them to experiment and draft.
They haven't been winning.
By no means does that mean they're consistently the best #1 team in the regular season or even able to consistently win splits. They peaked last year in Summer Split by beating Team Liquid in finals, but they didn't even make finals of Split 1 after having such an impressive Worlds run in 2024. So you never completely know what you're going to get from FlyQuest. It's an interesting thing when you're doing best-of-1 game-by-game predictions because based on the percentages, yes, of course we're going to pick FlyQuest because of their reputation as a team. And I always have a really good feeling that, oh yeah, I know they're good, but I definitely don't know they're going to win this best-of-1 because they're a
Why is it taking so long?
I kind of love that about them though. Like I remember when they were pulling out the, what was it, Nautilus top Neela comp.
Game.
And then I was like, oh, like they
In
know exactly
between
where they want to move on
the
the map.
Champion
This looks like
Select
something they
remakes
practice, et cetera, et cetera. Interview
and just sitting
Busio afterwards.
around.
It's like, nah, that was like a first time we were kind of trying things out against C9. So, I mean, I love that about FlyQuest. I love their confidence. We'll see what they bring out today.
All right, Casters, take it away.
Dubs the dub. Hello and welcome everybody back to the Riot Games Arena, where we're about to take to the stage for FlyQuest versus DSG, and we are into the bands. You got Kangas and Kobe on the cast.
And I love a FlyQuest game on red side. You know why?
Yeah?
It's Whippo. One word, it's Whippo. Red side counter picks. You'll love to see it. So looking forward to
Quad
this
are
one here,
fun,
because
good
Castle has
mid
actually
laner
been,
king.
Probably the best player for Disguise over the course of this team's history. So really want to see how FlyQuest and Whippo approach attacking him in draft.
But their history has been so short-lived.
We do stand
have not
Busio
seen a
in this
lot
household.
of this team on stage, so we're really going to be tracking how they develop, how they improve, and how the team comes together, because so far they haven't been able to get that dub. That is an incredible sign, by the way.
Holy, it's got moving parts and
I've
everything.
never seen that before
They got
in my
magnet
life.
behind that thing?
Let's go. That's magic.
That's some good arts and crafts.
That was cool.
Actually, it's just science.
Oh, really?
AKA magic, true.
I saw Thor. It's the same thing. All right, couple bands already here. So now it's first pick for DSG. What's it going to be? Big Cryo, and it's the Violent.
Ooh, good luck on your drive. I'm rooting for you. I hope there is zero traffic. But thank you for the lurk.
But locking in the Vi,
Ooh.
it looks like FlyQuest are immediately thinking, hey, we want to take away some dive.
Oh, Quad was on Genji. I didn't know that.
Over Kaisa already.
But
Or at least that's what they're
love a Masu
And
Kaisa.
that's one of the issues with first picking a Vi is that you always signal.
Go, Jerks. Thank you so much for the 10 months of support. Yes, very LA things. Thank you so much for the 10 months of support. Hope you're having a gorgeous day today. Yo, the Tiger just gifted a hoodie to chat. You have to type join in chat right now if you want to win a hoodie, one of my merch. One of my merch hoodies. Type join in chat. It is a free hoodie given away to chat right now. Shipping covered. I think, I'm pretty sure shipping is covered. All of it is covered.
Have their eyes towards
Type join in chat. You don't have to do the exclamation point. Just join. You don't have to do the exclamation point.
For Masu, you know, he wanted something with a jump.
It is a free hoodie, my merch. It's peaches and cream.
I do like the Corki as far as the burst damage that the Corki has, and lots of aggressive looks.
Notably, that was
I don't think I'll have time to show it. I'm pretty sure the timer's about to go out.
Which could turn into many pieces
of For Future Kim, congratulations! Congratulations. Make sure you click that link, the shopfourthwall.com redeem link, and it'll probably have you verify your Twitch account. And then you just put in your shipping address and you win a hoodie. Thank you so much for doing that to Tiger. What the heck?
Yep, as you say, Ezreal just.
And congrats again for Future. That's so dope.
Gonna get like some roaming support here to.
And when you get it, make sure you take a picture and send it to me because I want to see.
On the Rakan, so I do like that idea. If you can give
Hovering Draven to pick Ezreal is crazy and disrespectful.
Where he wants to make them. I think that can be a
And disrespectful.
All right, so Zin's out.
I wish DSG would not conform to the norm of what the meta is.
Let's take a look at the top lane though, because that has been our
like I wish they would catch us off guard.
Coming into this matchup, how are FlyQuest going to utilize their red side? They have a
Thank you again to Tiger. That was so
here,
sweet.
To throw out. First, they're going to take away the support engage options that that we've been prophesizing here that are going to be.
I love quads cast.
With the Ezreal, but it is going to have to be eventually Castle and Disguise blind picking their top lane. I would assume that FlyQuest are going to still leave their this side counter pick for Whippo. So that made me think maybe Disguise would ban out some Whippo champions, some counter picks, but they aren't going to go for that. They're just going to answer a lot of these support bans, and there's a huge priority on Leona now with the Braum ban and the Alistar ban as well.
And the problem with trying to ban out somebody like Whippo is there's just too many things
Honestly,
to
I would
account for.
love
I
to
think at a certain
see
point,
a
you just have to
Seraphine
accept
game again.
He will have that counter pick if FlyQuest
I really
Are they
would.
gonna ban the Leona or just like leave it up here and hope for something themselves too? I guess
Pantheon.
It's Rel and Leona, the two primo supports still left up here for the engage options.
And the tough thing is, with the Ezreal AD carry, we're highlighting the fact that if you pick a support, you kind of want to roam when you have an Ez bot. So I don't think they can do a hard punish if Leona's locked in for FlyQuest. Let's see what FlyQuest want to do. Oh, it's the Rel for FlyQuest instead.
Yeah, the Rel side, as we mentioned, the Rel and the Leona. And so you assume here for Disguised, pick up their Leona and a blind pick for Castle. Maybe like Gnar or something available to him. Pretty safe. Whipple's always got something though. Okay, the Poppy here to stuff the Rel. Much better. Very good into both Rel and Xin Zhao. Even can be decent into the core.
All right, let's see a fun ADC pick. I think they're just gonna Kalista or Kaisa.
One of his favorite champions.
True. But look at the pivot here from the hard dive to now more of a back style. And we have a Yorick locked in for FlyQuest.
We can always count on Whippo for the fun picks here.
What the heck?
Very recently just got the
look at that chuckle.
We'll call it a mini rework, you know, an overhaul.
Yo,
not really
after
rework,
the Yorick
but
rework, apparently Yorick is busted.
Initially made
Like
him
all the
so
Yorick mains are saying that he's busted.
Because, you know, surprise, surprise, they tuned up the
Oh my
minions
gosh.
to do a ton of damage to jungle monsters.
Yep.
So they had to scale that back with a hotfix.
Yeah.
So with the hotfix, buffing up a little bit more of the top lane while completely taking down the jungle role. And that's actually perfect for Whippo here, who very clearly has put in the time already practicing the new Yorick.
Yeah.
So the hotfix actually should be
Oh, you picked him to be Ashe?
Exactly. It feels like that is where it's skewed towards. Morning Mist, especially the
I'm upset at the Corky pick. I really hate the Corky pick. Cone, thank you for the follow. How are you doing?
Once he gets on you, he does a lot more damage.
It is what the meta is, and unfortunately,
Poppy game that we're seeing on stage. So that's going to be exciting to watch.
That's kind of cool, kind of interesting since he's played for so long too.
True.
Multiple roles as well.
Multiple metas.
Here we go, bro. Here we go.
Definitely played way more out there support champions than that as well. So adding the Poppy to the list.
First Poppy, first Yorick since 2019 in North America, and we have Disguised taking on FlyQuest for day 2 of our opening week for Split 2.
Hey.
This guy's still looking to pick up their first dub as an organization. FlyQuest looking to cement themselves as one of the undefeated teams after
what is south of midnight?
And maintain a spot at the top of the standings.
Or Future Kim, what the heck? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Are you kidding me? What the heck? Thank you so much for supporting the stream. What are y'all doing? Y'all are so sweet. Thank you. Oh, not the immediate pause, bro. Can we just run these games?
For Yorick, is definitely
Let's run these games, bro.
The speed boost that it gives from 20% up to 30%.
Thank you so much for Future.
So Yorick has an easier time getting on you, and so Castle is opting for the phase rush option here.
Get away.
For Jace.
Yeah.
Exactly. You can get away. You can deal with jungle ganks as well. Helps out a lot versus stuff like Xin Zhao, who does rely on the slows as well.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
To be able to get his knockup from his 3-talent strike. One of the, probably the most annoying thing.
Oh, it's the
there's a lot of annoying
Microsoft
things about
game.
Yorick. But I personally hate the cage.
Make a list, yeah.
The cage that he puts up. As long as you're quick at targeting it, though, and trying to auto yourself.
Well,
personally, I think the most annoying thing is when he uses ult and then leaves it and like lets the ult push a wave, and he.
This is the second to last game of the day. The last game will be. Who hasn't played?
Of the champion. We'll see.
We've had TL. It's going to be Lion Gaming versus.
Designers actually mentioned that it was to buff up a lot of
Lion Gaming versus
outside of
Dignitas.
and outside of lane. So we'll see if Whippo's able to.
Didn't they play yesterday?
Because one of the biggest things is like using your Q on champions is actually good now. You know, you don't have to just.
Yeah,
use
it's
it
still
to
best
make
of one.
graves, because now it'll make a grave if you hit a champion with it too. So definitely, I think a beneficial change to the champion. Just
Raise
to
your
make you feel
hand
better about
if
playing
you
it
would
and actually
hate
using
me
your Q
if instead of watching this game, we played solo queue.
As well, though. I really do
One in
think
chat if you would hate me for the rest of your life. If instead of watching this game,
which is why we're seeing
we
it
went
top
and
lane now.
played
It's still
solo queue.
exciting. We'll still keep our eyes on how it does in
One in
the
chat
top
if you
lane
would hate
matchup.
me.
But we are hearing that
The one is insane, King. The one is insane. For the rest of your life?
On stage to make sure everybody is happy.
Solo queue, I beg, is insane.
Of the game. So that is the reason for our Pagoda pause. Stick with us, everybody.
For the rest of your life, King.
Shortly. But I want to talk about the
No
rest of the competition here,
shade.
'cause I
No
highlighting the
shade
vibe
to
early in the draft.
either
Sorry
of
to
those
pick that up.
teams.
That's all about the dive, but then the rest of the composition.
Y'all, the Tiger has gifted a iPhone, an iPhone case of my merch. Let me see if I can get y'all what it looks like. If you guys want to win a free iPhone case that was designed for my merch, type join in chat. You don't have to type an exclamation point, just join.
Yeah, I mean, the
Just
Azir,
join.
like you mentioned, is kind of the main partner there. They do
If
have
you
to
would
choose those
like
moments
to win
wisely,
some
when they
merch.
win, but a lot of the times it's about softening up with poke first, and then the moment will choose you.
Why can't I find it?
If you've got a target low health, then you get to jump forward into the action, and hopefully we will jump forward into the
Here we go.
action.
This is what it looks like.
Here, because I want to see how this lane
Oh,
phase goes
I
for
literally
York.
have the phone case in my hand.
We haven't had a lot of data since the changes to.
If you would like to win a phone case, period. And if you guys want to shop the merch, you can always do exclamation point merch in chat, of course. I have hoodies in so many cute little colors, and they're so fluffy and soft. I'm so for real. I'm so for real. No, artist did eat down. I can't wait to work with her again.
Very long time, Australian challenger.
Yeah.
And he would spam it.
Period. And thank you to Tiger for the giveaways. Make sure you type join in chat. Oh,
I like dashes. And,
you won.
You prefer high action? Yeah.
Congratulations. Make sure you click that link to redeem it. You have to click the link to redeem it. You have to. That's how you redeem the free merch.
Really well.
Congratulations, Buki.
One tricks of the champion. High caliber one tricks, maybe a little bit higher rating.
I really like this phone case. I think it's really cute.
Well, Twitch chat's saying they think you're talking about Ninetales. That's who they're claiming that you're talking about right now. There we go.
Is the Australian guy.
Yeah. See, they know.
And
There's a lot of knowers.
He's been doing it for a long time, years and years and years and years, way before these changes. So yeah, he's very familiar with it.
You redact your one.
Like I was saying, Football is very good about reaching out to those one tricks to learn. The
Is his keyboard not working?
The little mechanics that really come from people who spend a lot of time and have fallen in love with these champions.
Yeah, and that's the beautiful thing about champions like York is the people that dedicate themselves to it, a bit psychopathic, but we love them for it because these champions are so low the priority, especially when it comes to pro play.
I think his keyboard isn't working.
There's a lot of fellow bronze York players in chat right now. One saying that
You want a phone case? You have to click the link in chat, the one that says shop4thwall.com/redeem.
I think they're all just being loud.
And then you redeem your free case there.
Yeah. Okay. So we have a poll, and 52%.
Oh yeah, I saw that on
are
Blue.
self-described Yorick.
I don't think that'll happen here, but I did see that.
That's over.
Was that LCK?
That's impressive. Well done, Twitch chat. I did not expect that. Let's pull the audience here at the arena. Raise your hand and make some noise if you're a Yorick expert. Yeah, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only 5 of 100 people.
Well,
100%
of us can raise our hands to be more informed on York after Bwippo plays it, and we get to learn from Bwippo.
True. Do you think Bwippo's even an expert? Because Bwippo pulls stuff out all the time. I feel like he's probably put 5 games in this, and is I can run.
Like I said, I think he's probably done his research, though. Contacts the
crowd was interwoven.
The nifty tips.
Okay, well, let's poll the Twitch chat experts again. I don't know if our mods can hear me right now. I think they can. Let's poll. What's the first item
here,
build?
buddy.
What's the first item that they're going to build?
Dude, I love
for toppling Yorick
these
into the Jace.
keyboards.
I'm not going to give any hints. I have an idea already. And
I'm gonna
just
have to ask him one day.
So
Does
apparently I
he
have to
make
list
his
items.
own custom
Kobe, let's list
keyboards?
items. I'm going to go Eclipse. Do you think he goes Eclipse first item?
You also have to have what is your reward going to be? You're starting like 7 different polls here, buddy. What happens if I win? That's why I need to know.
Kobe, the beauty of being a broadcaster is I can just say stuff. And I don't have to really think that far ahead about it. So that's a moderator's problem.
I'm gonna say my answer. Nobody in chat can steal my answer.
Okay. That's gonna go on the poll, so they have to list them on the poll. So they will directly steal.
Okay, then everyone should steal.
Okay.
Mine's gonna be Trinity Force.
Trinity Force first. Okay, Trinity Force, Eclipse. We'll see if we can get a more comprehensive list. But good news, Kobe. I'm hearing that the pause is about to end.
Woo!
So maybe we'll get the poll in chat. That's better.
What's going on, Titan?
I know. Beautiful. And here we go, everybody. Back to opening weekend.
Let's
Back
go.
into the game.
All right, Bwippo. Let's see that Triforce. We got Castle waving his little pinwheel around, his arcane pinwheel.
Let's go, let's go, let's
well,
go.
Right now it's Doran's shield, so that doesn't build into Triforce. I know that.
Oh, what?
Yeah, so no early
Doran
information.
doesn't make Triforces?
Could you imagine if it actually did?
Doran's Triforce. Let's add it to the game.
Yes! Well, congratulations on your new phone case, Pookie Poo.
It'll have a sheen effect, but we have to balance it. So the sheen effect is only going to proc like 10 damage. Oh! It'll be Doran's Triforce.
Yeah. It's like how the Doran's Ring gives you extra auto attack damage to minions, but like you barely feel it.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have a nice little
there.
little sheen proc. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane,
The only time you don't feel it is when you don't buy it. Or the only time you feel it is when you don't buy it.
And they've got a ward in that
Truly.
rush on the bottom side for the easier trading. Saw Lucio go for his little shield proc there on Rel on the way out.
As early level 2 hit by Quad here. Can't really get a lot of damage onto Abadaga, but opposite jungle starts. I want to track that right now because we will see XU pathing topside towards that Yorick. So getting a Yorick behind, I don't know exactly. Again, I'm not a Twitch chat expert here, but I don't know exactly how much that's going to impact the matchup, but I imagine it will make it more difficult if the range of a Jace is able to keep poking you down if you can get that gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, he's like we said too, he's gone for the grasp, so we're going to be counting how many of these grasp procs he can actually get off on Jace, since it is the phase rush Jace. Very mobile here for Castle, and should be able to pick and choose his moments.
So far, he has been getting chunked out early, dodges that one. So nice shock blast sidestep. But jungles are about the same clear. Inspired heading towards the bot side as his opposing bot lane has shoved in. And now going for an early reset from Scary Jerry, actually. On Bucio. Okay, this was a great tweet. On Bucio's life, we're going undefeated. That was Masu tweeting that one out earlier. He's making a bet on somebody else's life.
That's crazy.
Are you allowed to do that?
Yeah, I mean, people usually do that when they really mean it.
Oh, more so than their own. Okay.
So yeah, exactly. It's like you really, really mean it. He means it so much that he's willing to bet his bot lane partner in exchange. So honestly, they showed up pretty good against Team Liquids. That does give me confidence.
We saw Huhi go for a little drive-by in the mid lane right there as Scary Jerry went for the early reset for that tier. Nice window. Doesn't get much for it as Quad doesn't have to burn a summoner spell though. As now Inspired looking for an invade here, and Huhi is just body warding to see if it happens. Just going to turn it into a ward place of the Raptors, and then a reset as well for Inspired. So no early focus on lanes.
And Inspired had an insane first game when they played.
Using someone else's life is diabolical, yeah.
Did not die a
No,
single
truly.
time. Was really active. He was
Who was the head coach for
very far ahead in that game.
or FlyQuest? Nuke Duck.
On resets, he is going back to top side, and Inspired is currently looking for his second clear. But since Whipple's got him in front of tower, we'll see if there's any setup. Whipple's very low with also very little mana. So
there was actually a window there. Inspired decides to back off and doesn't commit for it. But yeah, I think you're right. Because Bwippo is so low, they decided, no, call it off. We have the Krugs that just spawned. Might as well just take those. But the control ward will be nice defensively for Bwippo as well.
Yeah, if you can land the Yorick cage on him and Xin Zhao shows, then you could probably get a flash from Jace. But it's pretty hard to land with the phase rush Jace and getting all pushed in. Now they're going to just swap it up as well because you already saw their bottom lane recalling and heading out there. Masu's going to hit that top lane wave first, so they're going to be able to get the push in.
Who's getting first blood? If you're right, I'll do another iPhone case giveaway. Thank you so much for the 100 bitty bitty bits, Trey.
Of the early game.
I
that is
think.
my favorite brush. The little curved brush in front of the.
Ooh, I think it's gonna happen mid lane.
So many lives.
Yep.
So.
Dangerous to walk in.
They're both coming
that is my
top.
single favorite control ward in the entire game of League of Legends.
They don't have.
I think it's gonna be mid lane, and I'll say quad.
But it still gives information.
Quad's
If
gonna
at
get
any point XU
first
walks up there,
blood.
they know that's a free dragon. Although, because they don't have their own jungle support, they do need to play respectfully here. Masu takes some damage. He's going in.
What happened to the solo queue? That's next game.
No hard commits, and it looks like it will just be a dragon picked up for some health bar.
FlyQuest gets first blood.
Masu is getting chunked out though. Well done from Huhi and Scary Jerry to take advantage of this 2v2 topside.
And now we get to see the moment of truth. Inspired, since he finished Dragon so early, he's going to head up and cross through mid. Wait. It looks like Abbedagge didn't take too much damage in that trade. That was kind of critical since Inspired was crossing, as we mentioned. And so now everybody is going to even up the numbers towards top half of the map. But Masu being at 50% and that kind of damage trade might be an issue. He's got a bit of sustain. One more biscuit in inventory.
Also, it's scary for Busio or for Inspired to walk in alone because Huhi and XU are grouped up.
Yeah, already they've left this side for the side of FlyQuest. And you see Quad heading down bottom side.
Ooh. Level 6, but Bwipo, low on mana again. He's going to have to get another wave in here. Unless Castle looks for a reset or something, I don't think Quad's going to find anything. So it will just be a trade of objectives. But now Quad's actually walking around. Castle's walked up. Unraveled Earth goes out, and that's the flash out of the Jace.
Close.
Okay, now they can just finish the dive.
It was almost us.
Inspired came down too, so this is looking rough. Could be first blood for FlyQuest. Let's see how Castle wants to play this. No flash, no way out. Who's taking up? It's Quad to start it, but it's Bwipo with the first blood.
All right, well,
first blood to FlyQuest.
With the flash Q to finish it. We're going to get an extra highlight here on the new Yorick. Meanwhile,
We did
on
it.
the top side, the
We
extra
did it.
pressure from DSG
We
trading
did
back
it. Hey,
on Busio.
Namesimo.
Okay,
We did
damage
it.
in. He's taking up the turret right now. It has ramps though, and now Scary Jerry takes it up. Busio gets the kill. Oh, that's not what DSG wanted with that dive.
Oh my gosh.
Busio gets the kill, and he forces a bunch of flashes as well. Most fearsome realm here. Busio under tower. DSG, it's falling to pieces.
Come on, DSG, pack it
Meanwhile,
up.
you looked at the FlyQuest dive on bottom side. It was so methodical. Quad comes down, they burn the flash as the minion wave is in front of tower. It hasn't even entered tower
Busio
yet, so
locked
they don't
in
waste
right there.
any time. He burns flash
Big
very
facts.
calmly, forcing it from Jace, and then the minion wave does crash, and they
We've
finish the
got
dive.
another giveaway for a phone case. If you would like to join, type join courtesy of the Tiger for FlyQuest first blood and second blood. God dang.
Yeah,
God
and there was
dang.
just
Make
that
sure you
one
type join in
extra
chat.
auto. That was
Join in chat.
very, very close.
It is totally
As we see the
free.
reaction coming through right
It is
now.
a totally free phone case for my merch.
Okay, don't worry.
He said this one.
I thought we were going to hear from Busio, but Busio was like, I'm going to carry now.
Yeah, let's see who can get more kills.
Let's see who
He
wins.
does have those symbiotic souls, those recall boots.
Yep.
That
Thank you for
can be
doing
very
this, the
fearsome.
Tiger,
So
by
he's
the
making
way.
plays already by himself under tower, but with the symbiotic souls, maybe starts to get to make some plays across the map as well.
I've been a big fan of that build as a support main myself. You just rush those right away, especially if you're a champion that has a high impact if you show up somewhere that
You
you're not
would be a
expected.
support that leaves your AD carry all the time.
And the winner is Freddie. Congratulations, Freddie. Make sure you click that link. That is how you redeem it. It'll make you verify your Twitch account. And you'll win. You'll just input like your shipping information and they'll send it straight out.
Though, we're going to have XU go for a
Period. Again, make sure if you won today, take a picture of it when it arrives. I want to see it.
and like expose himself to
I want to see it.
Maybe this is more of a coverage play since the minion wave is pushing towards him.
And who he hears is
Ding,
here
ding,
too.
ding.
Now they see XU. Doesn't know that he's on the ward. Quad can walk up, and now XU should have that that information, or at least a guess of it. Dragon's not spawning for a minute, though, so it's not like they're losing anything for making a play up here. I don't mind that look from XU. That's actually a good window to go for something like that, whether it was a proactive or a defensive play. Now you can reset position on the bottom side, take those camps, and then Dragon will be spawning at right about the ideal time. But Inspired's here a little earlier, so we can go for those Raptors potentially as Masu looks to trade on Scary Jerry.
Scary Jerry.
Much there. They both trade, but Inspired wraps back around, and they've got very good existing vision here for FlyQuest around the Dragons, but they rotate here up to the top side now.
Yeah.
Scryer's Bloom is ready. They could proc it over this grub pit here, try and sweep out that last little ward, but nobody goes to pop the plant.
Yeah, interesting to see the priority here from FlyQuest. They would rather deny the grubs than go for their Dragon stacking, because if they can get all 3 of those, that's ideal. But if XU can even smite 1 away, that is 4 grubs for DSG.
Azir's the only one with a full item completion now after that. Finished up with the Nashor's Tooth here, so Abadaga has the full item completed, ready for these grubs to melt them down.
I actually like this setup for DSG. They just need 1 of these. They can walk away, and Huhi knocks away the enemy
They're gonna get all
support,
6.
so less engage options. They could look for a 5th grub. I don't think they want to commit for the 6th. Quad jump straight into Scary. Jerry gets stunned into his own wall.
Quad,
re-engage from Disguise, and now Busio finds it. Inspired's in there. It's actually Corky.
Wait, but Fly still wins the fight.
Double kill. Abadaga cannot answer back yet. One more hit,
Ooh,
though, does
JK.
find one. So 1 for, or rather 2 for 2 trade.
DSG still won it.
Scary Jerry with a tentative arcane shift forward, poking around. But yeah, Abadaga cleans it up.
Okay.
Gets the grub as well for themselves. Full 6 here for DSG.
Wow, not bad look from DSG. The fact that they
Yeah,
were
no,
willing
that
to
was-
hold their ground
I
and
like
then
that.
say, bet. Come into the
That was
grub pit.
confidence.
We are ready to answer you. That was a fantastic engage from Huhi to kick things off there. Oh my,
Period,
that's a lot of
pretty.
damage, Whippo. Oh, he's going to go under the turret. No, not going to commit for it,
He's
though.
chilling.
Just gets away there. Castle had enough speed to get out of the cage under tower, and that does save his life. The extra mobility here has been critical. Meanwhile, see about the aftermath here. Since top lane is completely open right now, you know, Quad is pushing all the way up to tower, so did they have? Did Castle have his teleport ready? He just finished his Eclipse. Looks like he's walking.
Yeah, he's got the TP right now, but he is choosing to walk topside instead. I was looking at Whippo's upgrade order, because again, the changes to York, important to highlight here, you get up to 30% shred once you max out that E. He's got 3 points in it right now since he's already maxed out the Q. So that will just do more and more damage as the game goes. This is lethality poke Jace. This is not the tank Jace, so this guy will get shredded if that E lands, and the York is doing a lot of damage, but DSG
also,
right
he's
now.
building Trinity Force, just saying.
Oh, you know, congratulations, anybody in chat, if we ever got that poll up and you answered.
All right, here we go, on the Dragon. Huhi, this time around, let's see if he can get the jungler with his Poppy ult. Doesn't look like anyone else is coming.
Yeah, I
though,
think
so
they're just gonna
not
get
even
this
gonna be a
drag.
steal attempt for XU.
Oh.
XU used
Wait a
his
minute.
smite on the Raptors, though, right now.
Yeah, Huhi just knocked Inspired away, who's going to have to run back in. Actually just walks up to the Dragon and says, thank you. Auto attack takes it. No smite needed. And Busio looked for the engage. Could not find it. DSG get away with the Dragon.
We have to get the comms listening. So I was like, okay, this is definitely going to be Poppy ejection into stealing the Dragon. But XU went over and did Raptors and even smited the Raptors. And Huhi's like, yo, I got
That
the Drake here
was
for you, buddy.
like low-key textbook, but also like, why did it look so easy?
You know, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. You know, just get that last auto attack on the Dragon.
Like that looked so easy for them.
Quad and Castle trading against each other. Castle gets that one and runs away. But because of that now, that's 6 grubs plus the Dragon for DSG. And they're ahead in the neutral objective. They just picked up the neutral objective, feat of strength race there.
Yeah, they're going to get this tower, too.
That's going to be feat of strength for Disguise. Well done to a very young roster. They did not have a lot of stage games.
Hear me out.
Right now, they have an early game
If
lead versus
DSG
FlyQuest,
beats FlyQuest today, I think that would be the most insane loss on FlyQuest's record in history.
A winner.
In history.
At least for the moment. take a look at how they finish this one, though. Quad here on
That
on
is
Talia.
so
Actually, let's
crazy.
listen in on that one, because we were
You want to
asking
do
for it.
another hoodie? I say run
I'm
it.
hurrying this. I'm hurrying this.
I think chat is loving the giveaways.
Yeah, I'm coming.
I hit it. Look for finish.
Just take it then back up.
just finish.
Take it then back up. We want to back up after.
We got it. Just run. I'm out.
Yeah. He was like, I'll come after this as he's doing the Raptors. And he had 2 charges of Smite, so he used the early one, but the second one didn't come up
FlyQuest, you
for the
believe in
Dragon
FlyQuest
still.
victory?
Notice how he didn't
I
say
think-
don't have smite.
He didn't say,
I think FlyQuest will somehow turn this game around,
Did he say,
kind of like
just
TL
use
versus 100 Thieves.
it
But like
doesn't matter.
that play
All that
just
matters was
now
who he's comms. I
at
got
Dragon
2 with the puppy.
And I'm happy you highlight
was
that as
crazy.
another turret might just go down here. Now Castle's going to get bullied away from that, but Huhi, the man that's saving DSG right now, he has made play after play, and now they're in a 1v2. Whippo's doing a lot of damage. XU's coming in as well. Castle's going to die to the little Yorick minions, and it's a 1-for-1
Whippo is still
trade
alive.
for Whippo.
Oh my gosh.
It took him a long time to
Yeah, it took him a long time to kill him.
Whippo loves these like 1v3, 1v4 situations. He had the one versus TL yesterday on Vladimir, and he was able to get a counter kill in that one, even timing his kill on the bailed out target perfectly. As he died and then getting it afterwards there too. This time, he's still good for 1. He still gets the counter kill onto Castle with all the resources being sent up there to try and deal with him.
And that was a lot of resources sent up there. I mean, at the end of the day, if FlyQuest weren't able to get that much on, they didn't pick up a turret or anything for that, but DSG had to send so many members just to deal with that for it to be a trade. Bwipo won't have flash anymore, but neither will Castle, and Bwipo's going to be really hard to deal with in the sideline.
All these flowers there just sitting unpicked. Some good experience and some good adaptive force came in.
Yeah. These players from gardening.
All right, let's take a look at this. What do we got here? The beginnings of it.
So there's 2 here right now, and then they bring 3 with Vi.
The minions do so much work. And even when the maiden
And then
turns away,
4.
the little ones don't.
The Mistwalkers. The Mistwalkers are coming. There's also a couple range minion autos coming in there, but it's back to live. The Herald fight's starting off right now. Inspire taking a big chunk of damage, but Masu zoning everyone away with the help of Busio. DSG jumping back, quad goes deep, Bwipo's in there as well, and here comes the Yorick. Shut down, picked up her quad, and Bwipo once more. Huhi running for the hills. Busio's able to lock him down, and Bwipo with the damage can get another one. Kill credit to Masu that time.
Uh-oh, they are turning it up now. FlyQuest getting very aggressive with it. I mean, that ulti from quad all the way into the jungle.
Whip, killing it, man. Whip, killing it.
No flash.
Is that little Whip, or is that big Whip?
Down, gives them control mid lane.
Ooh, big damage on a
Oh my gosh, Masu's so low. 13 health points.
Yep.
Never sweating there. Masu survives that shock blast, and Bwipo will be able to get the solo tower gold up here as well.
Yeah. Turret picked up now for FlyQuest, and he's going to push another wave in here. Do you see how close that was? It seemed like DSG might have been able to fight a little more if Scary Jerry had gotten some more damage in, but he hasn't quite found his angle yet, his big moment to go for that that highlight play. And Scary Jerry as a player, I mean, rookie year, following some big shoes, players like Masu, players like Jan have come in and made pretty big splashes early on, and that's tough shoes to fill. Scary Jerry's still looking for that big moment where he can pop off and say, this is why I'm in the league.
It really is. It is tough coming in because, like you say, you know, we've had, wait a second, Bwipo
Castle,
here.
maybe finding out. No, wait, Bwipo, he's just going under the turret more. Wow.
Yeah, that's what he can do. Oh my gosh.
The Mistwalkers do so much damage, man.
And the speed buff, when you have that thing on the Jace, the minions can even chase him down and they finish the kill.
30% additional movement speed towards the target, and they just chase down the phase rush Jace.
Well, I am sorry, solo queue, for some York. It's gonna pop up. All right.
The 52% of Twitch chat is probably very excited right now.
I mean, it is definitely looking good.
Yeah.
Did get the first blood as well, you know, playing over to the York, getting that one flashing forward to finish the kill. And now they've got the outer towers here down on the side lane. So York gets to play, and
He's playing into Abadaga right now, but Abadaga's doing a lot of damage to Busio, who has to jump away. XU looking to punish Bwipo, who backs off from the turret dive. Flash forward from XU. He has Huhi behind him. Do they have enough damage to kill Matsu? XU does it himself. Shut down to the Vi, and Scary Jerry can now unleash. Abadaga trying to reposition as well.
I thought DSG was a mean team? No. That's Disguised Toast for real.
Scary Jerry, this is your moment! XU follows up, they dive deep. It's only Quad left in the fight. Huhi stuns into the wall.
4 for 1 is crazy. Wait. Oh, I was about to say, does Quad take out these 3?
XU equalizes it. That's still a big play for
yeah, that's a huge place.
It was the biggest play of the entire
Have you done Lodal? Yeah, we did Lodal already. We did it during the first intermission.
As well. Objective on top of it for DSG.
Huge swing.
Yeah.
As Disguise, it seemed like maybe the game
we'll be doing lots of Lodals nowadays because of all of the co-streams.
Still, let's get another look at that replay because this started off. This was a long play.
So this is the one we already saw where the minions end up chasing down the Jake. That was the key right there. You saw the mist stuff get put onto Castle. That gives them the speed boost for the minions.
Eesh, dude.
Holy shit. Champion. My bad. Yeah,
that is
no bleeps. No bleeps. Hello?
So this was actually hard committing and really deep diving.
Where's the family friendly?
Also gets paid the most for this.
I'm freaking dead.
He was the one that went in there and fully committed to it. Scary Jerry, though, I do want to highlight that play where he flashed in to make sure they can finish off the other 2. Get those back.
Aw, I appreciate you, the Tiger.
Just this last little.
It's giving Oprah Winfrey. It's giving you get a hoodie, you get a hoodie, you get a hoodie, you get a phone case. It's giving Oprah.
That was so funny though. So many people have had
You're in your
reaction
Oprah bag.
against York because the minions do so much damage. And when the morning mist is on you, they can chase you down.
Another pause.
That was an iconic moment, right there.
Another pause. Your Oprah era. T.
Ourselves, but for now, I want to go back to the second replay that we got. Not the York 1v1, but Scary Jerry jumping in, flashing forward. We had just talked about how he hasn't really had that pop-up moment. That was a good pop-off moment, and it reminds me of why he was given the shot at the Tier 1 level anyway. In NACL, at Tier 2, when he was playing Collegiate as well, he had excellent target
Took me a while to realize what he said. He just
we hadn't seen that. I saw a lot of hesitation in Split 1. But that being said, low sample size.
Fully ate that up.
I think the more comfortable Scary Jerry gets on stage, the better he'll look as the split goes on. And that's a great way to get your confidence up as a player.
Yeah, and meanwhile, XU got so rich off that. He got multiple shutdowns. He got the first one onto Masu, and then he got the later one as well. I believe it was the one onto Quad afterwards. But regardless, it's going to be a lot of money in the hands of the Vi. Yeah. And so you're going to start to see the dual dive of the Vi and the Azir have tremendous threat. Because he also went Trinity Force, so he's got plenty of damage, behind these dives to take down those carries.
I mean, we saw how quickly he was able to pick up that first kill, yeah.
So we'll see, because XU has also been this player that we've highlighted for a long time in the league, even when he first came in on Dignitas, and then even moving over to DSG. He's a player that has a lot of coaches, I think, have had a lot of good things to say about him specifically. A lot of the coaches that worked with him early on, talking about his attitude as well as his views on the game. So we'll see, because this is a very big moment for Disguised overall. To get that full ace is a tremendous gold swing, in addition to getting the outer tower that Castle is able to pick up afterwards. So it's moments like these where you just got a bunch of gold versus FlyQuest.
Nabu, what's up, fam? Thank you so much for the 54 minutes of support. Hope you're having a gorgeous day today, filled with nothing but sunshine and rainbows.
You are now
a bowl.
You're no flash, 10 seconds.
I can come to Corky. Can you flash W?
Watch Corky. Coming. After Corky, it's done. Guys,
no, it's good. Look his in.
I'm hitting. I got him. York first. York has flash.
Okay, there we go.
We're hitting York.
Talia is behind.
York, no flash. Watch Talia. Q in 3, 2.
We really out here chilling though, bruh. The pauses are going crazy in the cut today.
GS E combo.
The pauses are going crazy in the cut.
I really do like those comms. You know, they're actually very clear. You know, and even in
XU leading a lot of it.
Yeah, in key moments, the one I'm listening to.
Oh my gosh! 2 gifted phone cases. 2 gifted phone cases. Type join in chat. There are 2 gifted Georgia Peach phone cases. If you would like to join, type join in chat. Thank you so much to Tiger for the giveaways. For the giveaways. Join in chat if you would like to win. It's totally free. It's my cute little phone cases.
And we have an update that the reason
Make sure you type join in chat. Good luck, everyone. Yes.
So, take your bet. Who's going to have the next keyboard that we have to replace on stage? Hopefully
nobody. I'm betting nobody.
Okay.
Zero pauses in our future. That's
all
what
right.
I'm saying.
All right. I like that.
Congratulations, Munchie and Nebulous. Congrats. All you have to do is click the link in chat. It'll make you verify your Twitch account. And then they'll send out the cute little phone case. Congrats. Oh my gosh. Slay.
That's such a big momentum builder.
And thank you again to Tiger for sponsoring the giveaway.
Confidence really is key here to be able to.
Oh, are we getting back in? We're getting back in.
Be able to follow.
We're getting back in. We're getting back in.
Lead in a fight like that to get more out of it and not just stop at the one shutdown on Corki, to go get every single other kill here for themselves. So let's see what Disguise can do with their newfound gold. That does just bring them about back to even in gold here, total gold. But of course, they do have those feats of strength, which has a little bit of gold value in it there.
Oprah era not over, period.
From that earlier play. Now has an item completed. It's 2 items, one up over Inspired.
And he doesn't have the Trinity Force, actually. He has the Black Cleaver combo off of this.
For another plan of Whipple right now. He's able to get the cage down and has some backup this time, so we have to get out of there. Actually, good buffer on the stun from Busio.
Okay, yeah, Otacon is available, so it's a little risky here, fully committing to those fights on the top side. It can get, the rewards can get very, very big there. I really like the Flower Otacon. Gives you so much of a power boost, all the adaptive damage and the experience here. Those levels so critical towards this mid stage of the game. So we'll see. They just got to keep vision of it at the moment. I don't think either team is in a position where they're going to be the ones that just want to start it up raw, unless there's a very
Chim, I went to a golden retriever meetup today. It was so much fun. That sounds so adorable. Was it hosted by like a food like a food company, a dog food company, like Raw or something?
Massive split push threat.
Because I went to a dog meet recently and I think it was like such a happy time. Like it was just filled with joy. It was just filled with joy.
And it's I was gonna say
Because golden retrievers themselves are so just lovable. Oh, Goldie Palooza.
Are not checking very fast. I think they're gonna get this. Can they get the flowers afterwards?
That has to be so fun. Oh my gosh.
That was Busio actually.
Were your doggos having a good old time?
To get all these with the auto attacks, and now here comes Quad. Otacon claimed a slight split of the flowers, but still not bad from DSG. They got the majority of them.
DSG is, they got it on today.
So FlyQuest here with just 19 flowers afterwards, picking up some. They teleport down for a play onto him, but
he's out.
Whipple's going to teleport out in answer. So straight up teleports there. But yeah, the 36 on the side of GSG for flower pickup. They still have a bit of the advantage. And then you also get that little last
Hello, Oddly Otter. Hope you're having a good day today as well. Thank you for stopping by.
Not very big, but something.
And the impressive thing is they did it when XU still, I believe, had his ultimate on cooldown. They just found a window. Now he'll have that ultimate for the dragon spawning in 30 seconds here. He might not, so they won't be able to knock away Inspired from a potential 50-50 smite fight. Maybe DSG look for a play first. But it doesn't have teleport. This would be a big punish if they can actually pull this off. Here comes XU, starting it off. But Amadog is just a little too far away to answer.
Yeah, Bwipo is still, you know, pretty beefy here with this bruiser build. Don't want to fully commit everything with FlyQuest ready to.
Had to go redeem it real quick.
Counter-engage there, and since the dragon is available.
Yes, make sure you join the League of Legends LTA Fantasy League that I created. It's called Girls Just Wanna Jungle. It's for all the fabulous girls of LTA North and South. And yeah, we're gonna compete head to head against each other after creating our very own pro teams. So you get to pick from the pros that are actually in the league to represent your team. And yeah, it's gonna be fun and cute.
Jace is mid, not poking, so Jace is pushing towers right now in exchange for this dragon.
Okay. So no fight, actually. Quad jumps in with the Weaver's Wall just to guarantee they get it, but it actually blocks his team from following up, and that means it is just that tier 2 turret trade for the dragon.
Interesting call, because, you know, as soon as you see the J splitting, you're like, well, DSG are definitely giving this one, and they're trading it for the mid inner tower gold, but that is dragon number 3, which puts you to a very dangerous soul point here for FlyQuest, because
the last one you can give.
York with the Cloud Soul becomes super insane. Having extra move speed on this champion.
Yeah, no, very fun.
Really crazy.
I can't wait to check my points after today's games.
I mean, the minions were already human, so it is it could be a very scary scenario. Lucio is very squishy, so that's a level 7 Rel. There's a little baby Rel on my screen.
Wait, I didn't even notice that.
Why is that a mini
level 10, Lucio level 7, very far behind.
Oh my gosh.
I was like, Abadage is really shredding him. Well, he's twice his level.
I guess Quad's 1 level up, but even Masu's
Oh my gosh, why is he level 7? He just turned 6.
This is the downside of the symbiotic souls.
Which teams went before this? So it's FlyQuest versus DSG. Team Liquid versus 100 Thieves was before this. And then the very first game of the day was Cloud9 versus Dignitas. No. C9 versus...
How much health is that? Just like raw stats. That's got to be like
Look on that
300
Rel.
Yeah, let's look at the health. 1639 for Rel.
Shopify. Yes. Thank you, guys. C9 versus Shopify Rebellion was the first game of the day. The game after this will be Dignitas versus Lion Gaming.
Soak some experience somewhere.
Carler, thank you for the follow. How are you doing today? Was the Rel really just helping in fights and didn't get XP? Rel has probably just been roaming, which she has, but so has Huhi. Like, I don't really know if there's any reason for him to be level 7.
Both of the sports going for the movement speed first.
They've both been roaming all around the map.
Bigger threat as a tank and also some more damage too. And right now it's about jockeying for control over the Baron. That is
level 7 at 26 minutes. I would report that in solo queue.
That could be
I would report that in my solo queue game.
Meanwhile, the split push here, Bwipo's got that secondary tower on bottom side down to 50% with his constant pressure. And he's level 16, so that Maiden
Team Liquid won.
Even able to stop these recalls, harass over and over. There we go, finish up the tower.
Look at that damage, man. Bwipo is
I think it would be so iconic if Bwipo just like push. You know how Yorick can split push and like just take towers and win? I think that would be so fun if that happened.
Who he picked away from the rest of the team. Busio is going to sacrifice his life for it, support for support. But there's the shove from Abadage. Is it enough to keep Inspired away? I don't think so. Matsu made it in.
Oh man.
And they are shredding through
DSG is just...
DSG. FlyQuest hold the line. Scary Jerry, what do you want to get?
Oh my gosh. Almost died.
Will he die to the Maiden? No. As Castle now joins in, nobody's going to get the Baron. It's just a slobber knocker for the objective.
Yeah, scrappy one there. They don't actually lose the Baron in the aftermath, but 3 members.
Who do I have from FlyQuest on my team? I've got Quad.
Pressure of this split push York. You know, it makes DSG feel like, oh man, we gotta rush this. But Huhi does knock Inspired away, but it's so early, and then the double teleports
I've got
come in for
Quad.
the chase. Even though Busio's low level and gets popped.
Yo, it's like live updating right now. That's kind of crazy.
So Abadage had to use everything basically to try and
I only got 2 points for Yun today.
The big chase down here for FlyQuest goes.
but there's the.
Oh no, it hasn't updated. It hasn't
Not going to be
updated.
enough for Bwipo.
Interesting to see from Castle. He channeled teleport first, and all he got was a single shock blast.
Yeah,
down
no,
to
he
Quad.
definitely
Quad
makes
marked
these
him and just
games
kept him out of the fight the entire time. So,
so
Castle,
much more
it was
fun.
basically a 5v4 that DSG were fighting right there. Castle was not able to get into it. So I think still good for DSG to get out relatively unscathed.
Is it too late to join the fantasy league? No, please do. If you guys still want to join the fantasy league, it is not too late to join it. You can still join, make your own team, and compete with the girls.
Now after that play and broke his arm guard. So no arm guard either. For the Azir will be the prime target.
But they have
What team are you supporting in this LTA? I love Team Liquid and FlyQuest. Those are my two main teams.
Quad has teleport, but he's still hanging out mid as Dragon's coming up, and we are fighting mid. Inspired lockdown first, but there's not enough damage on him, and it's XU that goes down instead.
I really like Inspired Xin Zhao.
Team backup this time around. DSG don't have a jungler. Can they do anything else? Scary Jerry's holding the line himself right now as who he's trying to buy him some space, and just gets dogged by Bwipo. Oh, that Q does massive damage.
Quad has been so good with these seismic shoves. He backed up Inspired, but Scary Jerry here doing a lot of damage. Him and Castle, the dual poke of the Jason to Ezreal, keeping him in it.
Yeah, Scary Jerry is having a breakout performance right now on the Ezreal of all things. Not the Varus, the pocket pick. It's the Ezreal. Can he play this Dragon correctly? This is sold for FlyQuest. They got to go for the kills. They got to go for Masu, and that's a shutdown for Castle.
Oh my gosh. DSG just wiped them.
Wiping FlyQuest at the Dragon. Quad cannot contest. DSG deny the soul.
Oh my gosh. What rank do you need to be to enter this to play with my team?
Are fighting tooth and nail.
You mean like in pro? I'm pretty sure you have to be challenger. I don't think you can be less than challenger. Maybe you only have to be diamond technically, but like if you're not challenger, I don't think you get in.
Caught out right now. Keeper's verdict only hits the support, so Quad is not knocked away and can kill the support. Baron's up. Maybe this could be an angle for FlyQuest, but they also don't have their.
Oh, it would have been nerfed yesterday, Phoenix. It would have been hot fixed within the first 3 minutes of it being on live server.
Him and Castle with some critical poke. Honestly, setting up at these objectives.
Race the challenger or bust. I really don't think you can be in LTA and not be challenger.
Look at that Scary Jerry damage we saw
like
earlier.
technically, I think you can, but like I don't think teams will look at you if you are not challenger.
In summer 2023, but
yeah, they would have taken down League of Legends, and they would have been like, until we get this resolved,
and this is really the best
League of Legends will not be up.
So far, he is having an incredible performance, and again, talking about momentum, talking about confidence. DSG feeling confident to go for another Baron attempt. No Keeper's verdict to knock away Inspired this time.
Are we gonna flip this? All right, Quad ultimate puts a stop to that craziness.
They got TP. Bwipo's TPing in, so I mean that's still good for DSG. Just don't die, Hui. All right, running away. Not going to get caught out, and FlyQuest are looking for a pick, still flashing forward on the castle. DSG, they get the TP, they were hoping to get away, but they do lose one.
That's huge, they just run him down.
Literally
now
just ran him down.
Is not there for 50 seconds. That rundown actually just gives them the setup here for Baron. Let's see, DSG, such a tough spot now. Can they poke around and stop this Baron?
They need the carries to be able to free fire or for XU to look for a miracle steal. He has the Guardian's Angel. XU can look for this as right now it's Inspired jumping in onto Who. He will get pulled back.
Who he's deceased. So now there's two people not there. This is a 5v3.
Guardian Angel. FlyQuest have yet to lose a member. XU comes back up though. Has to deal with Masu, has to deal with Busio. Quad is going to die to Baron. Shut down for Abadage. XU still alive. FlyQuest cannot take
it's a
out
3-for-1
jungler. Masu's going to keep chasing though, and they're back onto the Baron. Masu cannot kill XU, but he can keep him away.
There's Scary Jerry.
Scary Jerry on the hunt.
Scary Jerry might just
Masu is low on mana.
Ezreal, no flash available, but Arcane Shift in. Masu, no flash available, has
7K health on Baron, 5K health on Baron.
They're going to go for the Baron, and Masu in the brush does lose it. Scary Jerry with the 1v1 kill.
Okay, they got the dragon.
Picked up by FlyQuest.
Dude, like, even though they're losing things and they're losing fights and maybe losing objectives, like, they're still holding their own. This game is a mess. It should not be this close. And that's no shade to either team. That's no shade to either team. But it should not be this close.
They lose their bot laner, they lose their mid laner, they get the Baron, and they get the bot inhib for free.
Wow, what an exciting one here from DSG and FlyQuest.
Yeah, Lucio
Now with the Baron, though, your split push Yorick is a absolute terror.
Yeah, this is the best of one.
Ultimate is there for Bwipo, right?
Yeah, they're doing pretty well in this game. Now that was shade. They're doing pretty well in this game.
I have to say, DSG are going to have to like go jump on the play early. They have vision through their jungle, so Bwipo has to be a little bit careful about not going ahead of the rest of the team's pressure.
Look at that, 4 Mistwalkers joining the wave. Like, it's so hard. That's why I was surprised that DSG had control over the bot wave earlier in the game. But they have struggled to maintain. Now that Bwipo is focused on that.
Oh, it's on the script.
50 seconds, though. That's gonna be the next big objective here.
Gotcha. Everything's
still point for
scripted.
FlyQuest. And now with Baron, theoretically, their control over that, plus the supers pushing for free on the bot side, should make it much easier for their approach.
All right, let's see if DSG can get some
Goodbye,
Pokemon
Uke.
on FlyQuest early to soften them up.
Goodbye.
Have been so good.
Some of y'all just be so.
Especially Inspired creating a lot of room on the Xin Zhao. With
Some of y'all just be so. I don't even know.
Disguised targets to be able to get them their kills and get them their picks.
I want to highlight something. Bwipo doesn't have TP. It's coming off cooldown shortly, but I don't think it'll be up by the time Dragon's up. Abadage could teleport in, but then they just lose the top side. So Bwipo's basically making an ultimatum here. He's like, nobody can answer me. My team's on the Dragon. What are you going to go for, Disguise? Do you deny the soul, or do you stop me from ending the game?
Well,
Quite literally.
Try and stop that split
And he's got Baron, dude.
Can't do much against that undead
army. Has to throw the shuffle, and is just dying to the Mistwalkers.
No way he dies.
Has the flash.
He can end this game. I'm so for real. Yorick can end this game. They have to reset.
Still look for it. Instead, they're in onto Inspired. Shuffled back in. Quad got big damage. Inspired takes down Exu. Inspired still alive and can take the Dragon.
He's gonna end the game.
In a nail biter ending, they get the soul and the base. Bwipo on the Yorick shows up. Huge.
Yo.
Take DSG.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Yeah. Holy moly,
as soon
bro.
as Yorick was locked in,
That's freaking insane.
It was going to be a Yorick split push into that game. The Baron bump
That's
made it
kind of
just a
freaking
nightmare
insane.
for anybody to answer.
Still, I think one of DSG's better games.
No, that was a very good game from DSG.
FlyQuest, and put themselves in position.
That was a very good game from DSG. You have to give it to him.
Scary Jerry had an incredible performance, popping off.
He didn't even need to attend the Dragon. That's just Yorick teams.
Taking the win.
That's just Yorick teams.
And again, this is expectation, I would say, for a team of FlyQuest caliber, but still, the fact that they had to work so hard for it, that was that made things very entertaining, to say the least.
I'm gonna go pee real quick. Actually, I want to stay for the interview.
Fun to watch the newly buffed up Yorick in the hands of Bwipo at play, and some creative stuff here from this squad. Really looking forward to
Wild, bro.
As we get further into Split 2 as well.
Freaking wild.
Some best of threes in our next stage, and then playoffs, best of fives, and we get super deep into some of these drafts. So if you can lay the groundwork in this early stage of the best of ones of some of these more creative champions, and just further open people's minds and further make them worry about some of these off-meta champions, then that can benefit you later down the line as well.
Speaking of the pilot of the off-meta champions, let's
it'll post like what you're supposed to type.
That's right, I got the victorious Bwipo right next to me. What do you have in your hand?
It's my emotional support shark.
And who gave it to you?
My girlfriend did.
Oh.
I feel like you needed a little bit, but honestly, you, in the game, said to your team that I can carry this. It felt like you did. Talk me through that crazy game.
Honestly, I felt like I was really OP on side lane, and then I hesitated a lot and just going side. And then at the end, I was like, you know what? I'll just send it and see what happens. And then I just hit E on his ear, and he couldn't play the game.
He literally could not.
Talk me through the Yorick pick just a little bit, because you are somebody that will always come in with creative picks. You had the Vladimir, the Swain. You're never afraid of it. Even earlier on, we heard from Fudge how he's like, you know, you're willing to pick unconventional picks. Talk me through Yorick, because it was carrying this one.
So I think Yorick is really strong if you're just smart about split pushing. I think that ultimately this champion is just really oppressive inside lane. Like, he kind of just pushes with the Maiden, so if you're playing against characters that kind of want to have push so they can position themselves and get poke like Jace, not only are your ghouls blocking his poke, your Maiden might block his poke, it's also really hard for him to escape the baby cage. So whenever I look for a gang setup or in general just push him in, he really hates that kind of game.
Okay. That was a lot of fun.
David, thank you so much for the raid. Hope your stream went well. I assume you were watching LTA possibly.
It's mostly just been reevaluating what made
your stream went well, fam. Make sure you get you some post-stream food because I know the post-stream hunger beat for real.
Situations where we would win game 1 and then we'd
for real.
In the second and
What's
third
up,
game,
fam? Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the raid. If y'all don't know David, y'all need to know David, okay? David does everything pro play, okay? He's got a lot of like TikTok videos, YouTube videos where he like, you know, just talks through a lot of the pro play happenings. And very insightful, so highly recommend. Oh, we're doing a hoodie giveaway.
The team was actively making good proactive plays. They were fighting on their timings, and I think that's
make sure you guys type join to join the hoodie giveaway.
Final message for the fans out there that are cheering for you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys.
All right, thank you.
Lovely.
Thank you. Of course, before we hit the break, LTA Fantasy is live right now. Our all-new daily fantasy app allows you to compete against other LTA fans, us, Mark Zimmerman himself, by assembling the best possible squad. Select the player, and then select the champion.
It is a free merch hoodie from my merch website. Type join, y'all, if you want to join. All you got to do is type in your shipping information, and it will be shipped out to you courtesy of the Tiger. Woo!
AT&T has a
Siren! Congratulations! Congratulations, Siren. You have won the hoodie! Milky Way Hater, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. Such a valid username, because those things are disgusting.
That's not guaranteed.
Woo!
You know what AT&T guarantees?
Congratulations, congratulations, Buki.
The deals you want and the service you deserve.
Congratulations.
That's the AT&T guarantee.
I still don't understand this video or commercial. But like slay, but also what the heck did we just watch? You know what I'm saying?
Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals.
Crazy work
on Uber Eats.
Wild, wild, wild. All right.
No flash, no ult, Azir.
He's dead.
Jace, they can't kill.
Poppy no flash, Poppy no flash.
Poppy.
I can maybe reach.
I can reach.
I got killed.
I'm gonna get Herald then, okay? Yeah, you pick up Herald.
Got her. Nice job.
I can kill the Corki. Can you
Watch Corki,
watch Corki.
Coming.
I have the Corki, it's done. Guys,
no, it's good.
Look his aim, look his aim.
I'm hitting.
Get up.
How does the giveaway work? So basically what happens is the Tiger is buying merch off of my website. If you guys want to look at the merch, it's exclamation point merch in chat. He's buying the merch on my website and it's connected to Twitch, and so he's doing giveaways through Twitch. If you win, you just have to click the redeem link that Fourth Wall sends in chat, and then you enter in your information after you verify your identity, and then you win. It'll send it out. Did T1 win this morning? Unfortunately, T1 did not win. It was actually very unfortunate, very sad. Very unfortunate, very sad gameplay that was witnessed. They went to game 3. Ooh. And that third game was so long. It was a very good game. It was very interesting. It was very back and forth. The whole entire series felt as if it was very high stakes. It felt very high stakes. It was very weird how it felt that way, but it did. And it was just so good. But I think everybody and their grandmama was really tired and just wanted to go to sleep. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie.
At 1-1, FlyQuest right now in the books at 2-0.
No, literally, why did they chase Chovy? Why didn't they all go in at one time? Why didn't they full health themselves and then chase him? Like, I'm so confused. I was so confused.
And so that was an aspect that I didn't, that I already anticipated.
I was truly so confused.
There was already the hype coming into this one. Like, Emily, what did you see in this?
Hold on, y'all. Let's see. Hello. Oh, give me 1 second. I'm gonna get you on stream real quick. Make sure that they can see you.
Take your time.
Let's see. Guys, we have Blippo here today with us. We're doing an interview with Blippo. Can you see me?
I don't, but that's okay. I don't
mind. Awesome. Well, congratulations on your win. That was absolutely explosive. That was a really fun game to watch. Holy moly. But I do want to talk Yorick. I'm pretty sure everybody wants to talk Yorick with you right now. I know Yorick got like a mini rework recently, but be real with me. Is he busted? Are you just better? What is the tea with that pick?
Well, I since the cat's out of the bag, we were using him in practice because so in practice we get to access the new patch a little earlier because as pros we play on the live patch, which means that on the TR we play on the patch like a week before it goes live on the live patch. So as a result, I got to play him a week before everyone else got to play him, and the results were stellar. I actually don't think I piloted him that well this game, but he was still really strong. And in general, yeah, our consensus is that he's an extremely powerful champion. The thing is I think he definitely got nerfed in the traditional sense of like his ghouls being the main reason why he's overpowered. So in the past, you would build him like a full AD kind of assassin almost, where you would hit E on someone and your ghouls would one-shot something. That's not what he does anymore. He got a lot more power out of the ghouls, out of the maiden, and into his own kit. So he's more of a bruiser, heals a lot, and his E gives him a whole boatload of movement speed. And here's the kicker, armor shred. So he's just stronger himself, less reliant on the ghouls, which means that you can use the ghouls as a positive way, like it's like an extra positive in your kit. You can split push with the ghouls, you can send them side lane, like I took bot inhib by sending some ghouls down there, and the rest of the champion is still a serviceable champion and strong in fights. He's not useless like he used to be. In the past, he was all ghouls. Now he's a champion that also has ghouls and the wife, and they turn out to be pretty useful. So
I love that. Yo, thank you so much for that. Honestly, speaking about the ghouls, let's go back to that Yorick versus Jace top lane at the tier 2, the 1v1 in top lane, where your minions were chasing him down and you ate him up quite literally. If chat or people back at home are experiencing this in solo queue in a fight in top lane, what's the counter to that, and what are we to do against that new Yorick?
To be honest with you, Yorick is the kind of character where if you can't handle him in laning phase, you can't slow him down in laning phase, he's just a really, really annoying champion to deal with. That's ultimately what he's always going to be. What can you do about it? You group and take him down together, or you watch him make fun of your top laner. Unfortunately, when he gets there and he buys his items, that's the two choices you get. He is not a particularly strong champion early game, so you can put him in some awkward positions in the laning phase, and if your top laner doesn't manage to do that, unfortunately, he is really annoying.
Right. No, absolutely. I was telling chat, I was like, guys, I would love for this game to end with Blippo just split pushing and taking all of the turrets and nobody can stop him. And that's exactly what you did. So well done. Love that. I do want to say it is often that we see the enemy teams are sending 1, 2, 3, 4 people for you up in top lane. I kind of want to know, like, because you're still able to waste their time and get kills. Like, you normally take 1 or 2 with you when you're going down. What are you thinking in those moments? What's going through your mind? Is it confidence, like, yeah, I know I'm him? Or is it like give me a little bit of the strategy. Sure. What goes through your mind?
So usually when someone's getting assistance from their team, there's a time window where they're not quite there yet, and you have like 5 to 15 seconds. Sometimes it's 5, sometimes it's 15 seconds before they get there to help him, right? And you have to make a judgment call on whether or not like he's playing too aggressive, so you can commit to the all-in and try to fight him, or you have to abort ship and kind of just open the tower, back off, and wait for people to come and assist you. So it's really important to make that judgment call. And I think a lot of people tunnel vision on the times where I like just send it and kill him because I notice that he's playing too aggressive, a little bit too cocky, so I have an angle to fight him before his team can come. But very often I just also I'm smart enough to leave, so you don't notice me feeding, and you only notice me when I'm trying to make a play. And obviously that is just that's a confidence thing, and in general it's also like, well, if I can burn a lot of cooldowns here, then obviously since my team is playing on the opposite side, and they're it's a lot of trust in the team as well. I know that even if I end up dying and they use 2 or 3 ultimates, maybe a flash or something, that my mid laner pushing on the opposite side and my support and jungle playing on the opposite side, they're going to be able to use the time that they use to kill me, translate that into tempo, which means we can make the next first play, and then we have the ultimates and they don't because I died and the opposing weak side player didn't die. So it's also a part of trust where it's like, even if I make a mistake, it's okay because my teammates are going to be able to capitalize at least a little bit.
Right. No, that totally makes sense. But speaking about you dying, or I just want to know, have you ever gotten tilted in a pro play game and because of people sending so many people for you? And how do you deal with that in the moment?
I mean, honestly, I think that when the whole enemy team is coming to kill you and you don't realize, that's probably a mistake on your part. Usually people go missing for a while. So I feel like you make a pretty big mistake if you are getting caught 1v3 and dying for free. Like I mentioned, it's have I gotten tilted? Not really. I've never gotten tilted when the whole enemy team comes to kill me, because it's either I'm making a mistake and dying when I'm dying for free, or I'm laughing at them because, well, work, I got you.
I freaking love it. Oh my gosh, Whippo, period. Now I kind of want to go to your whole entire team now. Y'all are really known for these fun off meta picks. You've got Cassiopeia, you've got you on Vladimir, you've got you on Yorick. We've seen Inspired on Fiddlesticks, Nunu. How much of that is prepped or in the moment, honestly, instinct? And what advantage do you think that gives you over the enemy team?
I think the majority of counter picks are prepared. At least there's like a draft, or like it's basically like you've played it once or twice in scrims at least. It's very rare that you see a champion pop up out of nowhere unless it's like the player's been practicing it in solo queue a lot. He's very confident in it, and we just haven't had an angle to play it in scrims. Then you will see people bust it out on stage first time, but that's extremely rare. Most of the time when you grind something in solo queue and you have a strong feeling that it's powerful, you communicate that to the staff and they give you an opportunity to show what that pick is made of in scrims. And most importantly, because most drafts are, prepared, what the opponents are going to be looking for. I know that Castle's a big Jace player. When we left it open 4-5, it was almost guaranteed that he was going to lock that in, or Gwen, based on the priorities that we know that he had in the past. So I had either the Auric ready or something special for his Gwen too. You already chose red side, so that's coming, and you just know that there's going to be an angle eventually in the split, assuming the champion doesn't get nerfed too much. So in this case, we had we had a fair amount of Yorick practice. Nothing crazy, but definitely I played, I think, 3 or 4 games of him, and we were very confident in this matchup that I was going to be able to provide good value.
Slay. Well, can we continue to expect y'all on fun picks for the rest of the split? Maybe even at MSI? Is there more in the vault?
For me, always, I always try to, stay updated with the meta in solo queue and understand what champions are doing the best. Whenever a champion overperforms in a certain role, I definitely use it. Also, when a champion gets changed like Yorick, I definitely think that right now in solo queue, he isn't that overpowered in top lane because people haven't adjusted to the fact that he's much more of a bruiser, less of an assassin, sends his minions to one-shot you. So people still build him like that with like full lethality builds. And he just doesn't perform that well because the ghouls got nerfed significantly in doing that. His AD scalings are much more mild than they used to be.
Right.
And as a result, I think he went on their people's radar because they don't realize that if you just build him like a bruiser and a little bit like a tank like I do, he's still an absolute menace. And yeah, he doesn't one-shot you, but it's still, you lose half your HP and he's wailing on your tower. You're behind the tier 2 trying to figure out what you do with the ghouls. Because the thing is, the biggest change they made for him is that the ghouls don't die to a single basic attack. So a huge subset of champions like Jace could just auto W all the ghouls down, or Azir can just pop a W and just slay them one by one. Now you actually have to deal damage to them, waste your abilities to try and get them down. And in the meanwhile, I'm proccing my Demolish on your tower, wailing away at it with Hullbreaker. You saw what happened. It's pretty damn annoying. So you have to adjust also your playstyle to the changes that were made to the character, and then you can understand, oh, maybe this is pretty good in pro. Obviously, maybe maybe I'm just lucky and I just found the good formula for Yorick in this case. But I'm always on the radar trying to find why a champion has really high win rate in solo queue. Seth is another example of a champion that I was playing a lot in Korea, playing a lot right now in solo queue. His win rate suddenly spiked all of a sudden. Like he went from like being a 50% win rate champion to 53, almost 54 ranges in some patches. And it just begs the question of like, okay, so why is Seth winning so often in solo queue? This is why I always have unique picks ready, because I'm always ready and looking at those statistics and trying to understand like, hey, what makes this champion successful? And most importantly, in the current meta, when people are playing a very specific subset of blind picks, where can I slot in a champion like Yorick or Seth?
Right. No, absolutely. And honestly, it makes the viewing experience so nice to watch as well. So we appreciate you for doing that. I have 2 more quick questions. Speaking about you being international, you've been in EU, NA, Worlds. You've done a lot of international things, but I've also known recently you've been doing a little bit of coaching. Even in Brazil during LTA finals and your viral coaching session in EU. I think it was. But if Bwipo was to coach Bwipo on his performance today, what is the first thing you would flame yourself for on your performance today?
I think I was very impatient and overestimating how strong my character was. I was running at this Ezreal like he was useless, and he just killed me twice this game for no reason, when I think we could have taken neutral objectives if I was a bit more patient. So the first thing is like, I was trying to make miracles happen and like overperform, when really like just showing up, participating in the fight, killing 1 or 2 people, and then just making sure we secure the neutral objective would have been a much less nerve-wracking way to win the game. And then I think I would have definitely looked to sideline a little bit more, given the fact that I think I could do. I think I was too strong at some points, and I think there was one moment where we, I don't remember what exactly happened, but we killed someone, and I went top lane, and I started another fight topside with Talia coming with ult. I think I killed Jace. Yeah, I think that was it. I think I killed Jace, and I was coming topside, and I wanted to look for a fight really aggressively 4v4, but I think if I just farmed there, got my Hullbreaker, went back bot, and just started split pushing from that point onwards, exactly what happened at the end of the game would have started happening right there, because Jace could not stop me at that point.
Right.
So I think I messed up there as well. So that's my take.
Beautiful. Well, I'm glad that's something you can reflect on and learn from. But finally, for the girlies who are watching at home, if they're wanting to get into top lane, or they want to play a really spicy pick that you just think is too easy right now, what or who should they lock in?
I mean, to be honest with you, I think Gwen is right up the girlies alley, I'd say. She's cute. She snips. Like, I don't know what to tell you. She's just a very cute champion, I think. Very strong right now. Very simple champion to learn as well. Her trading pattern is very simple. There's like one thing you need to learn how to do, which is press Q after E, or like EQ. That's it. So when you stack your Q on the wave, you EQ forward, and then you have a good time. And if you want to really make it harder, you press W before you E, and then you just WEQ, and there you go. You're set. You learn how to do that, you're going to have a very good time playing Gwen.
Slay. Well, thank you so much, Bwipo. Congratulations on your win again. Thank you so much for taking this interview. Truly appreciate you.
Of course.
And we're rooting for you. Go be innovative, I guess. Go do something crazy.
I will. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Slay. He's fun. I appreciate his insight. Again, very, very informative. He definitely explained a lot of his thought process. So we got like a little bit of in the mind of a pro player. Yeah, that was great. That was absolutely so great. Perfect. He was very receptive. He was very fun. That was a very fun interview. Wow. I feel like I just got so much information. That was fantastic. That was absolutely fantastic. Yeah, so it is Lion Gaming versus Dignitas. I'm actually gonna go I'm gonna go pee real quick. I'll be right back.
They want to play off that pressure, shove you under tower, poke you.
So girls, we go for Gwen tomorrow. No, like literally. He said the girlies would love Gwen, and we do. And we do. Be right back.
I want to talk about that mid lane matchup a little bit more too as well, set the expectations, because Ryze notably takes a couple of items to really come online, and if you're constantly shoved in farming under turret, he's already missed about a wave's worth here. Able to pick up a lot of that one, but this is a tough matchup for him because it's hard to really maintain that control, and as well your mana, you have to burn a lot of that to answer the push of a Tristana.
Certainly do, and maybe the Rod of Ages buff where he can start with a couple of ruby crystals there pretty early on, but it's a decent little trade. Again, the poke damage of Qs plus the dogs going and jumping immediately on you provides for such a strong advantage in lane, and Licorice really trying to abuse that. You see those Qs going through the minion wave plus hitting Surdy, trying to take advantage of those minion damage buffs as well as the very strong harassment.
And using his, dodge ability on the snip means the Licorice is just heavily trading against Surdy. Shada now on the bottom side. They actually might look for a dive. Scary to do against an Alistar, and it's actually answered topside here.
Okay.
Going for it early. First blood for Licorice. Successful dive. It is answered bot side. 1-for-1 cross.
Don't hate me, y'all. But I think we play League of Legends. Do you work for Riot? I do not work for Riot now. I think my interview went over just a little bit. I feel a little bit bad. I was supposed to keep it under 10 minutes. I think it hit like 12. But let's get into some League of Legends. Should we ADC? I think we should jungle. I think we should jungle until we can't jungle anymore. That's 2 extra minutes of pure quality interviewing. He gave so much good insight. Holy moly. I don't think I'll ever top lane, but I feel like I could now. It sounds like in top lane, you're constantly trying to not die, but be useful to your team for pressure. Siren, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. What the heck? Thank you so much, Bookie. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you, Siren. That's so sweet. Did y'all feel like that interview was valuable, even though I don't know how many top lane mains we have in chat, but do y'all feel like y'all got some good league knowledge from that? Because that's my whole purpose. Okay, slay. That is the goal. Oh my gosh, they banned Nocturne. Why can't I play my champ? Former top main, still kind of goes sometimes. And yes, slay. My husband said it was. He means Yorick. Oh, a Yorick main. Period. Period. I think I might take to what we see in LTA and play Vi. Going Glime, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and the 2 months of support. Hope you're having a gorgeous day today. Oh, what do you know? There's a Nefiri on the enemy team. How freaking crazy is that? How freaking insane is that? Wow, it's almost like we're in LCS. Or, I apologize, LTA. Oh, well, the enemy team is the one who banned it. My team didn't ban it. Unfortunato. Oh, let me put on some music. All right, let's vibe. I can't believe we just interviewed Big Whip Whip, bro. This junk is so crazy to me. This junk is so crazy to me. I've never watched you play Vi. I don't. I normally just play Nocturne. This is truly not the norm. Let me set up the clicker counter. Yeah, I normally don't play Vi. I normally think like if it's not Vi, bust. Because I don't really think that I can maximize damage output on many other champions besides Nocturne. Because I just know the champion so freaking well. You know what I'm saying? Did 100 Thieves did not win today. They were winning and then they decided to throw their lead. All right, y'all, lock in. Oop. Ghost. Oh, well, oh. I think we might be overforcing it. God bless. He did not die. Oh my gosh. I was really scared we were overforcing that, y'all. Word for it and got it. Yep. All right, let's do this, y'all. Lock in. Let's get this LP we're trying to promote. Let's win. Ooh, not I've been spotted. Guys, I've been spotted. They know it's me. Ooh. Not Mundo said, who's that? Not I'm being random checked. One, two, three. Lock in, lock in. I need to clear and be at top scuttle by 3:30. That's all I gotta do. That's all I gotta do, y'all. Nice. On to chickens. Chim, if you win, you can pick Android or iPhone case giveaway. Do we have any Samsung users? Asylum, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a good day today. Yes, if you guys haven't already, do make sure you do make sure you sign up for the League of Legends LTA Fantasy League that we got going on. I made a fantasy league for LTA, so you're able to... It's the official LTA Fantasy League, by the way. Like, I'm not like sponsored or anything. But basically, you can join and create your own pro team with all of the pro players. And we compete against each other for points. I can come top after blue. I will not be tower diving in Ornn. Oh my gosh, is Xayah mid? I'm just now noticing. She's going for bot scuttle. All right, I'm gonna back. We're starting Sundered Sky. I do not want 2 ruby crystals. What in the frick? I want that. And then we're just gonna go into our second clear. Why do Gromp before blue? So it resets quicker, so I can just full clear instead of having to wait for the blue timer. Because when I go into second clear, my Gromp is on a certain like respawn timer, right? My thought process is I will be able to seamlessly clear because Gromp will be back up because I did Gromp before blue. Blue won't be up on this next clear. That's my thought process. I don't think I've watched a clear specifically for the jungler to see if he's done Gromp before blue or not. So I don't know if that's valid or not, but it's my thought process on it. It's so my second clear goes more seamless. Bestie, I will come after Gromp. Nefiri's ganking mid. Oh my gosh, he ate me up. I don't have CDs for this. But we did get his flash. Hey, yo. Yo, thank you so much for the finger heart, Emmy. The way the Void Grubs came just to auto me twice. Thank you for the finger heart. Gotta lock in for these Void Grubs. Okay, we're 6. I think she might have just given up Void Grubs so that she can go get Dragon. Oh, thank you, Emmy. That's so sweet. Thank you. All right, let's see if maybe we can gank mid. She's looking for a gank bot to then do dragon. Oh, she dies. Nice. I'm gonna go bot. There's no Kate ult. All right. Whoa. 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 Woo. All right. That was a heist. That man is 0-5. It is 9 minutes. That man is 0-5. It is 9 minutes. I just want to repeat that one more time. It is 0-5. 9 minutes. One in chat if that's reportable. One in chat. One in chat if that's reportable. What's going on, Emmy? Thank you. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Zero, you don't think that's reportable? I borderline think that's reportable, y'all. I really do. I'm gonna go top side. Go ahead and get 6 void grubs. I have dragon warded. I'm just gonna go top. Dang it, I should have gotten a sweeper, but it's okay. I can clear my top side before it spawns. Who was your first main? My first main was Varus, believe it or not. But I don't play that man anymore. I do think Varus is like, I don't find him fun, but I do think he's good. $30 seconds. Is top gankable before void grubs? Yeah, bring them down, bring them down. I should have saved it. I don't know if I necessarily win this. Okay, with that, I think they're gonna get void grubs. I'm trying to get a little bit of health back. Okay, we'll get 5. That's still good. 5 is still good. And now we'll try to get dragon. I think if I went there immediately, she just kills me. I'm gonna save my smite for dragon. Actually, I didn't need to. It's almost up. I hate when that happens. Yeah, Nefiri, very annoying right now. Nice root, low-key. Am I dead? Ah, my passive wasn't up. Dang. That might give them jungle. Where's my ADC? Yeah, nah, they get dragon. What boots do we go? AD. Yo, they're full AD except for Vel'Koz. Nice. Oh my gosh, they're not on dragon. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Garen players eat glue. Tyler, thank you for the follow. Dr. Sebastian, thank you for the rose. I appreciate you. Hope you're having a good day today. Nice. Can we dragon? I'd actually rather do dragon before I clear my bot side. Well, there's that plan. I thought getting one down would have been enough, but clearly it was not. I think it's just first dragon. We should be okay giving. Oh, wow. Whoa. Y'all do see the Vel'Koz behind you, right? So they got feats. Unfortunately. Momo, thank you for the follow. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good day today. Ooh. That was a nice flash. My flash for her flash is good. So her flash is on my timer. I have a dash and an ulti. I don't think she'll be able to get out too quickly. Oh. Not execution. Oh. Pushing alone, I see. Okay, so we have to bait out her ult. She's not here. I'm not about to chase. I got camps to farm. Dude, Nefiri feels so mobile. What the heck is this? Let's see if maybe we can do something here. He's on Rift Herald. I can't save you. OMG. There's a ward right there. I have nothing in my bot side jungle, so she's kind of wasting her time. I'll just take my top side. I'm not capitalizing on picks. I'm not able to kill anybody. It's not like I'm like behind or anything. I can't kill. They banned Nocturne. That's the only reason why I'm on Vi. Unfortunately. Yo. Holy moly. Having to dodge everything, man. All right, resetting. What's up, Carrie? Yeah, we're playing a little bit of Vi, just a little bit. A little bit. I hope not to do this too often. Okay, Dragon coming up. We've been kind of losing fights recently. The 1/6 Vel'Koz does stupid damage somehow. I'm gonna... Oh. All right. Do we think we can do Dragon? No. Horn's right here. I just need to get away from him. Okay. We gotta make our way into this. We have no vision. They got it. No. Did we win the fight? We're 1v2 or 1 for 2 right now. There's a Nefiri behind everyone. I don't think we won the fight. Four for 3. Oh my gosh, my Lucian. Yeah, no, we're hard losing. We're hard losing. I'm not inting. I'm 4 and 2. What are you talking about? I do have a Twitch. It's Miss Chim Chim. I'd understand if my wife left me for Vi. You're so silly. But yeah, no, I get it. Oh man, they took my jungle. They get off. Yeah, they got off it. Nice, nice, nice. There's a free blue buff or red buff on the board for anybody who wants enhanced auto attacks. I'm coming, bot. Just survive. Walk down. She's literally low-key unkillable. She's actually low-key unkillable. And then I got this true damage AP hoe, which doesn't make sense, personally. But holy moly. Borderline unkillable. We're gonna have to get armor. Gonna have to get armor. I think Thornmeal. Nice. At least he took one with him. Where did this go wrong? Where did everything go wrong? I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I think maybe it went wrong when I didn't ban Nefiri, actually. I always talk about the pro players. Why do they let Nefiri get through? Why do they let Nefiri get through? I let Nefiri get through, bro. I let Nefiri get through. I'm the problem. Yeah, bro. She's fed out of her freaking mind. Nefiri got a like rework, a little mini rework. Yeah, we kind of have to get this dragon. We can't let them go ahead and get on Soul Point. Momo, thank you for coming to the Twitch stream, and thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good day today. This is Vibe from Arcane or from T1? Porque no los dos? Oh, she got nerfed? I didn't know she got nerfed. Well, they got Otacon. We technically don't have to fight this. I'm gonna try and kill her. Oh, no. I'm gonna try and come here. Oh, there's my ulti. Guys, we have to kill her. How many times can she go invulnerable? I need to know. Oh, you're obsessed. She went invulnerable like 3 times during that one fight. That's insane. I'm supposed to go Sterix. Dude, she did it 3 times during that one fight. If an ADC went invulnerable 3 times in one fight, they would delete the ADC. She would get deleted. And here we have Nefiri. I hate it here. Oh my gosh, I'm running to Azaya. Base health decreased. Passive monster damage decreased. W cooldown increased. They need to do it again. They need to give it back to her another time. One more time. Cause good goobly goo. Shawty does too much damage. She got too much sauce. I'm coming. There we go. I will be dead. But... oh. Okay. I think we lose. I think we lose. I tried. Wow, that's a big boy. That spell is so dumb. Hello, Faz. How do you even counter her? No, truly. What does one do to counter her? I'm perma-banning that champ from now on. Oh my gosh, the T1 game was really good, but yeah, it went on for far too long. Lion Gaming won? That's 2 games in a row. Wow. Okay, Lion. Thank you, 25. That's so sweet. Oh, are they on Baron? Oh, you like me, huh? Oh, I messed up. I just gotta make it to here. Oh, okay. See you later, girl. We'll get them on the next one. Nocturne is a good counter. That, I mean, like, I'm a Nocturne main, but they banned her. They banned her. All right, guys. I think that's it for me. I think I'm done for the week. I'll see you guys on Wednesday. I'll be taking Monday and Tuesday off. I'll see y'all on Wednesday for more League of Legends. I hope you guys have a great start to your week. I love you guys so much. And until